Good morning to you. This for the 38th stating of the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championship coming from the National Stadium on the grounds of Independence Park Limited. This is the opening day of two in the 2023 edition. Sean Grant alongside the entire track alert team. Anthony Foster in the house as we get ready for the first event. And the first event on the track, I should say, the 1200 meters on the cards for the under 15 girls. We gave you the lane assignments, or the assignments basically, because there are actually 15 girls in this heat in the under 15. So Crystal Davis from St. Thomas is there. Sheen Johnson Portland from St. Anne. You have Ashley Ellis, Kiara Mahabi from Hanover, Kira Lee Holgate from Kingston, Cecilia Moya Jameson, Westmoreland, Kalisha Walters, Clarendon, Daniela Anderson from St. James, Brianna Patrick, St. Mary, Ranisha Rule, St. Catherine, Rashida Romisha Richards from Manchester, Oriana Freighter from Trelawney, and Ariana Sinclair, St. Elizabeth, and Akira Morrison from St. Andrew. This is the first of two heats on the cards. So a 3-lap event in this event. So Richards of Manchester leading in the yellow shorts. So what happens though, it's color coded, the parishes. So the young lady from Manchester out in front in that yellow shorts though, but I guess she's run out of steam somewhat. Richards of Manchester being passed from the Hanover athlete, and that's Mahabi from Hanover in that light purple shorts. So Mahabi got away from Richards. Richards has slowed down somewhat as she's now falling into third. So coming around is Mahabi. So Sinclair of St. Elizabeth also with purple shorts. So Hanover with a purple shorts, St. Elizabeth with a light purple. So that will differentiate in terms of the competitors on the track. So Ariana Sinclair cruising with 1 lap to go. Remember, it's a 3-lap event. So Sinclair with about 350 meters to go. And coming around for the 300 meters mark. So Sinclair extending the lead somewhat by about 50 or 60 meters and falling back into that second position. Young lady from Manchester, I thought she gave up somewhat, but she had gone right back into second from Manchester, Miss Richards. She had now dropped into third. Now the race is on. Sinclair passing the entrance of the marathon tunnel for the final time. The first of two heats. Sinclair maintaining that top spot. She's hitting the 200 meters mark. Ariana Sinclair still with about a 40-meter lead. So with about 150 meters to go. Coming around in that top position, Ariana Sinclair, that light purple shorts, still with about a 30 to 35 meter lead. And Richards now is falling into fourth from Manchester. But passing now in front of the Grand Slam, Ariana Sinclair from St. Elizabeth will take the first of two heats, the 1200 meters, 3-lap event. This is just the heats and the first event on the day. All about the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships, the 38th edition. The next event on track is the second heat. So it's the second heat in the girls 1200 meters. 3 times around the track here, the National Stadium, the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships, the 38th edition. Give you the competitors, the 14 competitors. Diana Friend from St. Thomas, from Portland, Shante Warren from St. Anne, Carcia Blair from Hanover, Keon Smith from Kingston, Jada Brown from Westmoreland, Satania Bianca Richards from Clarendon, Takona Anderson from St. James, Gabrielle Clark from Manchester. You have Osonet Wint. Akira is her first name, from St. Elizabeth. Tashana Ward from St. Catherine. You have Shania Palmer, St. Mary, Monique Henry from Trelawney, Jada Nicol, and from St. Andrew, Diane K. Pinnock. Those are the 14 competitors in this 1200 meters event. Now, the defending champions are St. Andrew. They won it in 2018, 2019, and won it in 2022. A reminder, though, there were no competition back in 2020 or in 2021. So they have won it the last 3 times it was held. So St. Catherine in that red shorts. That's Palmer. Palmer out in front from St. Catherine. Maintaining that lead. And the young lady in full white, that's from St. James, has dropped back somewhat, though, because she was second a short while ago. She has now dropped to 4th from St. James. That's Clark. Clark has gone back from 3rd to 4th to 5th. Well, the St. Catherine athlete Palmer seems like she has hit a wall on the backstretch as she passed the entrance of the marathon tunnel. She's now been passed. Well, I thought she was. She has found something in reserve. She's on the inside, hitting the 200 meters mark in the 3-lap event. She's still maintaining the top spot, this young lady from St. Catherine Palmer. Palmer still on the inside, and she has now slipped in that second position. And now it's almost falling back into 3rd, but she still has something left, though, in the tank. On the front stretch, she has gone back in front, Palmer, and then slowed up. What she's doing is actually speeding up to go in front and trying to hold back the pace. So with 1 lap to go, the signal now comes with 2:49 on the clock. So War of St. Elizabeth out in front. War of St. Elizabeth is there. Palmer of St. Catherine is second. And the young lady from Westmoreland is in 3rd. That's Richards. So War still maintaining that lead over Palmer of St. Catherine. War is from St. Elizabeth. So here comes the young lady Palmer. She's in that red short. She's gaining on War with 220 meters to go to close out this 1200 meters. This is the second of 2 heats. The second event on the track in the 38th staging. But War says she's not going to be overhauled this afternoon. She saw athlete from St. Catherine, Palmer, coming on the inside. Then she went into another gear. It's a battle between the two at the present time with about 90 meters to go. War with a 5-meter lead over Palmer of St. Catherine. Palmer trying to go on the outside, but War looks stronger of the two. With 50 meters to go, War looks to her right. Looked left a short while ago. Well, that is the top 2 at the present time. It's going to be Tashana War from St. Elizabeth to take section 2 or heat 2, and coming through for second, Palmer of St. Catherine finishing in second, 4 minutes 21.40 seconds. That is the flash time for War in this girls under 15 1200 meters. The boys are up next. 1200 meters on the cards, 2 heats to come on the boys' side. So it's now time for the boys 1200 meters under 15 on the cards, the 38th staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships. Bleak conditions over the National Stadium as we get ready for the third event on the track. The high jump and the shot put will take center stage in a very short while. So it's a start of heat number 1. Tyrese Robinson from St. Thomas. You have from Portland, Marlon Duncan. You have Caden Martin from Hanover. From Clarendon, you have Conroy Jones. St. James showcases Chevoy Austin. Westmoreland, Preston Ethan Smythe. From St. Mary, Damian Scott. From St. Elizabeth, Rajon Morgan. St. Catherine showcases Tonya O'Malley. Trelawney, Lintono Wallace. From Kingston, Akeen Livingston. From Manchester, Kevon James Palmer. And from St. Anne, Tajay Morris. So the young man from Manchester out in front. 3-lap event. That's Palmer. So Palmer cruising on that front straight. Looks a little bit strong. Looking to the left though, looking into the hills. You cannot see it on your screen. Looks like rain is falling in the hills. Doesn't look good when that happens in the meet. But Palmer still out in front from Manchester. 2 laps to go. Closing that first lap in 1 minute 10. This is a 2-lap event. So Palmer extending his lead, putting on a slight show here in the first of 2 heats. But he's a strong individual, as his body stature suggests. He's on the backstretch for the second time. It's a 3-lap event. With every stride he takes, he's extending his lead over the entire field. And everyone seems to be struggling behind. From Palmer, Kevin James' first name as he comes around once again. So on the 15th event, and the winner automatically advances through to the final. And he comes around on the front stretch for the second time, passing the grandstand. He's slowing up somewhat on his second run. 1 lap to go, 2:30 on the clock. The whistle is blown for the signal for the final lap of this first of 2 heats in the 1200 meters. Athletes on the infield lining up for the high jump event. Also to the left, you have the shot put. But certainly on the track, the young man by the name of Palmer of Manchester has extended his lead. He's passing the entrance of the marathon tunnel for the final time. As he cruises along, though, stepping heavy, stepping hard, stepping away. 200 meters to go. Still Palmer. So the young man from Westmoreland has moved into second. That's Smythe, I think. Preston Ethan Smythe of Westmoreland has gone into second. But still, he will only see the head or the back of the head of Palmer, who has a 40-meter lead. Smythe trying to cut the deficit somewhat. It's about a 45-meter lead. But Donald Tunnell sees the young man in a destructive mood. That's Palmer of Manchester. And he goes across the line. And the clock stops at 3:52.91. And Smythe of Westmoreland coming in for second. So Smythe of Westmoreland. And third coming in from Clarendon. Well, it was close actually, between St. Elizabeth and Clarendon. 3:52.91 seconds is the flash time, the first of 2 heats in the boys on a 1200 meters. The 3-lap event. More athletes are coming in. So you see the introduction of the high jump competitors. So Joshua Patrick from Kingston, Anthony Henry, Clarendon, the Carol Dorking, St. Catherine, Natwain Sutherland from St. Anne, Javon Bennett from Hanover. You have Nicole Denton, St. Andrew. You have David Johnson, St. Elizabeth. Orain Perkins, St. Thomas. Javon Anthony Samuels, Westmoreland. Joshua Parchment, Kingston. You have Shavoy Stewart, St. Elizabeth. You have Wazwani Morgan from Clarendon. Andre Clark, Portland. Demario Lee, St. Andrew. Tyreek Davis, Trelawney. Sanjay Smith, Manchester. D'Angelo Robinson, Trelawney. Patrick Wright, St. Thomas. Akeem MacDonald, St. James. Nathan Alexander Brissett from Westmoreland. Ricardo Wilson, St. Mary. Kishawn Brandt, Manchester. Tyrese Green from St. Catherine. And Jay Campbell, St. James. So those are the competitors for the high jump event. We are going back on the track for the second and final heat in the 1200 meters under 15. So from St. Thomas, Zidane Brown, Portland, Neil Crawford. From St. Anne, Giovanni Hay. Hanover, Tony Campbell. Najai Wright from Clarendon. Jason Way Sam, Westmoreland. Greg Ellis, St. James. Kijani Edwards, Trelawney. Danilo Brown, St. Catherine. Lamar Landell, St. Mary. Tamario Gale from St. Elizabeth. You have Renique Grant, Manchester. And from Kingston, you have Joanne Taylor and Jamoy Maxwell from St. Andrew. Those are the 14 competitors for the second heat, the 1200 meters. Here are the JTA Sagicor 38th National Athletic Championships. Palmer was the winner of the first heat. 3:52.93 was the winning time in that first heat. So the first lap of 3 in the second heat of the boys under 15, 1200 meters. So the young man from St. Thomas with a royal blue out in front. They placed second last time outing, that's St. Thomas. And that's Zidane Brown who is out in front. But not too long though, because a young man from St. Andrew, that's Maxwell, has gone back in that top position. So Maxwell, he goes by Brown. Now 2 laps to go. For the first lap is 1 minute and 11 seconds on the clock. This for Maxwell of St. Andrew. It's pretty comfortable though. And relaxed. But he has slowed up somewhat. And so has the entire field. 3:52.92 seconds was the time for the first heat. Let's see if it will change for the second. So the young man from St. Elizabeth has moved into second. That's Gale. Gale has Maxwell in his sights. That's the top 2. Maxwell in front. And Gale in second. This is just the second lap of 3. While the young man from St. Andrew trying to extend his lead. Gale of St. Elizabeth settles in second. As they come around on the front stretch for the second time in the 3-lap event. I was about to say a light breeze blowing over the National Stadium, but the breeze has certainly changed from light to heavy. Not the greatest conditions for track and field, but the youngsters are bearing it, facing it, and competing on the track, representing their respective parishes in this Sagicor JTA National Athletic Championships. A lap to go. It's a battle between the two. The young man, Gale from St. Elizabeth, he's on the outside, and Maxwell from St. Andrew on the inside. Well, they've changed it all around. No, Maxwell goes on the outside. He's from St. Andrew in that green shorts. He has gone by Gale of St. Elizabeth. But there's a young man joining the party. So the man from St. Mary has gone past the duo. Wow, has gone past Maxwell, gone past Gale. So Landell of St. Mary is out in front and extending his lead. So Landell in that top position with 150 meters to go. He's from St. Mary. Settled in second is Gale of St. Elizabeth, and in third from St. Andrew is Maxwell. That is the top three. Now, with about 90 meters to go, Landell of St. Mary is slowing up. But no, on the outside, making a move once again from St. Elizabeth, the breadbasket parish, is Gale. But Landell is having none of it and sprints away from Gale, and he will take it. Section 2 of the boys under 15, 1200 meters. Second coming through from St. Elizabeth is Gale, and coming through for third from St. Andrew, Maxwell. 3:57.86 seconds. That is the flash time. The winning time in that first heat was 3:52. So the winner of the two heats and the next 10 best times advances through to the final. 3:57.86 is the flash time. The competitors can roll in. Next event on the track after the 1200 meters will be the 80 meters for girls under 9. And then, after the 80 meters for girls and boys, into the 100 meters. So 4 heats on the girls' side, 4 heats on the boys' side on the 9, 80 meters. Next event on the track.
Did you know that 53% of young people have considered taking their life?
As a young person, I understand how hard it is to get support for mental health. 90% of young persons believe that their parents or guardians don't support them with their mental health struggles. But help is here.
To give young people a safe space to talk about their challenges and concerns right there on their phones.
You Matter connects you to trained counselors who can give you support 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, free of charge. The chat line is completely anonymous, and whatever you say will be held confidential.
Text support to 876-838-4897 using SMS, WhatsApp, or Facebook Messenger and start the conversation today. Your feelings matter. You matter.
So the next event on track is the under 9 girls 80 meters. In lane 2 from St. Anne is Aisha Scott. In 3 from Kingston, you have Sandra Kirkpatrick. Lane 4 from Westmoreland is Giovanni Alana McFadden. In 6, you have Alanya Elliott from St. Elizabeth. That's 5, pardon me. In lane 6, and Natoya Lindsay from St. Andrew. In 7, you have Deborah Morris of Hanover. In lane 8, you have Bodie from St. Mary. Here's the first heat of 4 on the 9 girls, 80 meters. Athletes on their marks. So Scott, Kirkpatrick, McFarlane, Elliott, Lindsay, Morris, and Bodie. And recall. Wasn't clear who actually false started. Not with the naked eye. As the official is having a word with some of the athletes, not in particular. Still bleak conditions over the National Stadium, the 38th staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. And the gun has sent them off. Great start this for Lindsay of St. Andrew. But on the inside, Kirkpatrick of Kingston. It's Kirkpatrick on the inside and Lindsay on the outside. It will be Kirkpatrick on the inside, I think, gets it. So Kirkpatrick of Kingston gets it ahead of Lindsay of St. Andrew. 12.29 seconds is the flash time. And let's see the official result coming on the board. I think that Kirkpatrick got it, 12.31 seconds. Lindsay of St. Andrew was second. Her time not on the board. Now it comes, 12.34 seconds for Lindsay of St. Andrew. And first and second in the first heat of 4. Under 9 girls, 80 meters event, heat number 2 coming up. So lane 2, Mika Shea Laws of Hanover in 2. Rihanna Edwards of Trelawney in 3. You have Chloe Kane of Kingston in 4. You have Jason Dobney from St. James in 5. You have Shakayla Francis of St. Elizabeth in 6. And then in lane 7, Oriana Davis from St. Anne. And lane 8, Adriana James of St. Catherine. So a heavy breeze blowing over the National Stadium for the second heat. Athletes. In the set position, the gun has set them away. Great start it was for Edwards of Trelawney. Edwards of Trelawney going well, so to Davis of St. Anne. But Edwards of Trelawney on the inside in the brown shorts, and on the outside Davis in the light blue shorts. So Edwards, then Davis, 12.66 seconds. That is the flash time. Rihanna Edwards of Trelawney takes it ahead of Oriana Davis of St. Anne. Edwards' time is 12.65 seconds. Davis is second, 12.84. James is third, 13.38 seconds. Heat 3 coming up. Penultimate heat coming up, the girls on the 980 meters. So heat number 3 coming up. The young lady from St. Catherine is pulling away. So Rochester takes it 12.76 seconds. So Rochester of St. Catherine takes it 12.75 seconds is the official time. Hall comes through for second, 13.02. Final heat on the 9 girls, 80 meters. Facing Heaven, Masters, Christie. You have Blanchard, Williams, and Thompson. On the outside from St. Andrew, it's Thompson. Thompson with a slight advantage on the inside. It's Facey. In between Facey and Thompson. Thompson gets the head of Facey. It was close. It's close. Thompson from St. Andrew on the outside. Facey of Portland on the inside. It was extremely close between the two. And Thompson got it from St. Andrew. 12.98 seconds. Facey of Portland was right there a second. Facey's time not on the board just yet. It's not far from that. 13.08 seconds. This from Facey. First and second on the cards. Boys on time now to take center stage. This is the first of 4 heats on the boys. It's going well. Looks to be Reed of Kingston having a slight advantage, though Burke of Portland tried to come through, but I think Reed gets the head of Burke in this first of 4 heats in the boys on the 980 meters. So next heat on the cards. And the gun has sent them off. Smith of Hanover gets out well. Also Lawrence of St. Anne is there, but moving fast from St. Elizabeth is the Sean Williams on the outside. He has gone. Left everyone 12.27 seconds for Williams. the penultimate event, the under 9 80 meters. So Webb of Manchester coming through 11.77 seconds, a quicker time than what we saw a short while ago in that second heat. This is the penultimate in the under 9 boys. Well, for the second straight time, they have been pulled back. So the fourth and final heat. And the gun has set them off. Brilliant start. This from Manchester's green. Manchester's green on the outside from St. Andrew is Carter, the green shorts. But the man from Manchester's green, and he takes it ahead of Carter from St. Andrew on the outside. 12.43 seconds is the flash time. There's for green of Manchester in that yellow shorts. 12.43 the official time. And Carter is second at 12.60. Heat number 1, the girls under 11, 100 meters. In lane 2, you have Brissett from Hanover. In 3, from St. Anne, Robinson in the light blue shorts. Parkinson from Kingston is in lane 4. Nemhard from Trelawney in 5. From St. Andrew, you have Pitt in 6. There's no athlete in 7. Should have been Erickson from St. James. Missing in action. And then from St. Catherine is Blake. So the athletes are just getting used to the respective blocks. And the officials just demonstrating how the athletes should actually go into that respective block. That's from St. Andrew, Pitt. Just testing the blocks. For the first heat in the girls under 11 100 meters, we had the 80 meters earlier on for under 9 competitors for boys and the girls. Also the 1200 meters, we had 2 heats on the girls' side, 2 heats on the boys' side. Under 15 category. Now it's down to the 100 meters. So 6 facing the starter here. And so hopefully we can get this sorted out very soon. Athletes going on their marks. Brissett, Robinson, Parkinson, Nemhard, Pitt and Blake. Oh, Robinson from St. Anne. The wobble there, her left boot or left foot. She's not using blocks though. Pitt and Nemhard from St. Andrew and Trelawney, utilizing the blocks. Also Parkinson. God has set no way. Great start for Blake of St. Catherine on the outside, but try to come through. It looks like young lady, but Nemhard of Trelawney. And Pitt is also there. Nemhard of Trelawney he's gone everywhere. She started out in lane 4, ended out in 7. So it will give the finishers some problems in terms of deciphering who came through. But it was Nemhard and from Trelawney coming through, but they have Pitt, but that's incorrect though, to be honest. 14.86 seconds for Pitt from St. Andrew. So they're going to make a correction. Nemhard came through for top. What had happened with Nemhard, she started out in lane 5, ended in 7. And that gave the officials some problems though. But she did not impede anyone, so she will not be disqualified. But heat number 2 coming up. Edwards of Portland in 2. Port of St. Catherine in 3. St. James Lewis in 4. Braham of St. Elizabeth in 5. Brown of Kingston in 6. McPherson of St. Thomas in 7. And Cunningham of St. Mary in lane 8. This is the second heat. Heat number 2. On the cards. All 14 parishes. Represented. So once again, the lane assignments for the second heat. Edwards of Portland in 2. Porter from St. Catherine in 3. You have Lewis of St. James in 4. Abraham St. Elizabeth in 5. Brown Kingston in 6. McPherson St. Thomas in 7. Cunningham from St. Mary in lane 8. How many persons may ask the question, why utilizing the blocks now if they're not used to it?
So at the high jump area, the bar are 1.30 meters.
So young lady from St. Thomas in 7. She's utilizing the blocks. From St. Catherine, that red shirt, red shorts, Porter. She's also using the blocks in this heat. So 2 athletes also in lane 8, Cunningham of St. Mary, using the blocks. So 3 competitors utilizing the blocks for the second heat in the under 11 girls 100 meters. You're watching the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships 38, the 38th staging, the 2023 edition. St. Andrew, they are the defending champions, won it in 2022. There's no competition in 2020 or 2021. However, St. Andrew, they won it in 2019 and 2018. So 3 on the run, 3 on the trot. In terms of competitions being held. So more blocks are coming out. And Lewis of St. James, who's in lane 4, she is also she will be utilizing the blocks. So this is just heat number 2. The girls on the 11 100 meters. Athletes going on their marks. Edwards, Porter, Lewis, Braham, Brown, McPherson, and Cunningham. Athletes on their marks. And the gun has set the way. Great start for Porter of St. Catherine. She is in lane 3. Porter of St. Catherine is extending her lead in the second heat of the girls on the level 100 meters. Will be Porter, who stops the clock 14.80 seconds for Porter of St. Catherine. She has some fans in the stands. 2 ladies were jumping up and down as she went across the line, and they're celebrating with her. 14.80 for Porter. Brown is second, 15.48 seconds. Brown from Kingston. And McPherson is third, 15.51. First, second, and third. The girls on the 11 100 meters. This is heat 2. So heat 3 coming up. The girls on the 100 meters, the penultimate heat. What's of Westmoreland in 2. We have Jones of St. Thomas in 3. Campbell, Clarendon in 4. You have Brown of St. Andrew in 5. Johnson of Portland in 6. And Gale of Trelawney in 7. Fisher from Manchester in lane 8. Have to look out for Johnson and Brown, lanes 6 and 5 respectively. However, Gale of Trelawney in 7 almost fell over. This is the penultimate heat. Girls on the 100 meters. We have the 80 meters earlier on for under 9s. After these on their marks. The gun has set no way. Great start for Watson of Westmoreland. She was on the inside, but we spoke about Brown of St. Andrew. She is in the front. Brown of St. Andrew is there, so too Gale of Trelawney. That is the top 2. But Brown of St. Andrew holding off Gale. Gale on the outside, but I think Brown will come through from St. Andrew on top ahead of Gale of Trelawney. 15 seconds flat, this for Brown. Kamoy is our first name. Kamoy Brown of St. Andrew taking heat number 3 of 4, the penultimate heat in the girls on the 100 meters. And Gale of Trelawney came through for second. .01, Gale 15.02 for second. The final heat coming up on the girls' side. Fourth and final. And they walk them through, making sure they're not fooled by the lanes coming around or the dotted lines. So as the officials have been doing for the entire season with the youngsters, whether Sagicor or other competitions, they've walked them through to make sure that they're not confused by the lanes coming around the bend, meeting the lanes going straight down. So the final heat coming up. Graham, Kanisha Graham from Clarendon should be in lane 3. Danique Williams of Westmoreland in 4. Richards of St. Anne in 5. Deram of Hanover in 6. Destiny is her first name. Yeah, Renika Reed, St. Elizabeth in 7. And Fullerton from Manchester is in lane 8.
Lane 3, Kanisha Graham. In 4, Daniel Williams Westmoreland. In 5, Kim Richards set up.
So 6 race in the starter here.
In 7, Renika Reed, St. Elizabeth. In lane 8, Zamora Porter.
Lane 3 through to 8 being utilized. This fourth and final heat on the 11 girls 100 meters. We'll give an update on the high jump and the ball throw events. And when the respective finals are completed, we give you the point standings. I was saying before, St. Andrew, they are the defending champions. So they've added a new competitor. We had 6, now we have 7. In lane 2. Looks like from St. James. St. James wear full white. St. Catherine red shorts. Manchester yellow shorts. Trelawney brown shorts. St. Elizabeth light purple. St. Andrew green. Kingston black. Hanover purple. St. Anne, light blue. Portland, grey. St. Thomas, royal blue. Athletes on their marks. So Christian Eriksson is in lane 2. It's a new addition, and the gun has sent them away. Fullerton from Manchester on the outside. Alongside Fullerton looks to be Reed of St. Elizabeth. Reed of St. Elizabeth striding away, so too is Eriksson on the inside. Will be Reed, then Eriksson comes through for second, was close for third. Fullerton was there for third, so too was Durham. 14.77 seconds for Reed of St. Elizabeth. 14.78 is the official time. Eriksson on the inside was just added to the race, came through for second, 15.12, while Richards of St. Anne for third, 15.13 seconds. Fullerton was fourth, 15.16 seconds. That's the end of the under 11 girls 100 meters heats. Next event on the track is a boys under 11 100 meters. So boys on 11 100 meters is on the cards. And on the outside it looks to be Roden. Was close between Roden and Plummer. Roden from St. Catherine. Plummer was there. Plummer got it. 14.88 seconds. Roden second, 14.89. Lanes 7 and 8 respectively. So the next event, Heat 2. Shavoy Clark from Trelawney in 2. Rajiv Gonis, St. Catherine in 3. Shalando McPherson, Hanover in 4. Jer White of St. James in 5. Vernon Simmons, Kingston in 6. Asani Buckley, Portland in 7. And Jade Taylor from St. Mary is in lane 8.
Lane 3, Rajiv Gonis of St. Catherine. In 4, Shalando McPherson, Hanover. Running up lane 5, Jennifer White, St. James. In 6, Vernon Simmons of Kingston. In 7, for Portland, Asani Buckley.
So the second heat coming up. It was close for the first heat. However, the second, we'll see what will happen. More athletes are coming out for the 100 meters. A plethora of 100. But he too takes center stage. Clark of Trelawney, Gunnis of St. Catherine, 6th place in the starter. Taylor of St. Mary missing in action. Should have been in lane 8. McPherson's Hanover is in 4. White of St. James in 5. Simmons of Kingston in 6. Buckley of Portland in 7. And the gun has sent them off. Simmons of Kingston gets out well. On the inside from St. Catherine is Gunnis. Gunnis goes in the lead ahead of the man from Kingston, Simmons. It is Gunnis with a slight advantage over Simmons. And here comes Simmons in last 10 meters. And I think, though, that Simmons may have gotten it ahead of Gunnis. Simmons of Kingston in that black shorts ahead of Gunnis from St. Catherine in that red shorts. 14.55 seconds. I think that Simmons may have gotten it on the line. Yes, he did. 14.55 seconds for Simmons. And Gunnis coming through for second. 14.65 seconds. First and second White for third. He's from St. James. Time of 14.85. The three of the boys, 100 meters, going out strong. Looks to be Lewis of Westmoreland. Also on the outside is Mitchell of Manchester in that yellow shorts. But coming through, though, looks like Lewis. But it's going to be Mitchell, though, on the outside. Right between the two. And Mitchell and Lewis, it was close between the two. And the man from Westmoreland was close. Mitchell gets it, 14.57. Tyson came through for second. I don't know if that's correct, though, but hopefully they work that out. 14.57 seconds. And it was checking, though, I see yellow shorts in that, though. And yellow shorts is Manchester. However, Tyson came through for second. And Tyson is from St. Thomas. And St. Thomas is royal blue. So it was close between the two. Mitchell, then Tyson. For that penultimate heat. So, heat 4 of the boys on the 100 meters. Ryan Foster in 1. You have Javon O'Dane Simpson in 2 from Manchester. Jordan Brissett, St. Andrew in 3. Shaquan Reed from St. Elizabeth in 4. Kevon Lacey St. Anne in 5. Desire Dean from St. Thomas in 6. Desmond Stevenson from Chelon in 7. And Todd McKenzie from Clarendon in 8. So wearing that yellow shorts was the man from Manchester coming through on top. Athletes on their marks. 7 facing the starter. As Mackenzie missing in action. He should have been in lane 8. He's from Clarendon. Gunn has sent them off. Good start from Brissett of St. Andrew. On the outside of Brissett looks to Reed of St. Elizabeth. So Reed of St. Elizabeth in full control. Reed of St. Elizabeth ahead of Brissett of St. Andrew. Oh, high knee lifts for Reed. 13.82 seconds. Not a bad time for Reed of St. Elizabeth ahead of Brissett of St. Andrew. First and second in the final heat number 4. Reed's official time is 13.82. Brissett is second. He is from St. Andrew. 14.58 seconds. And in third, we'll tell you in a very short while, it was close for third. And Simpson coming through for third. 14.88 seconds. Simpson is from Manchester. So as the high jump continues, we go back to the track. Because the next event on the track will be the girls under 13, 100 meters. Sakian Hall from St. Catherine in 2. Chevanese Lewis Clarendon in 3. And you have Danila Clark from St. Andrew in 4. Michaela MacDonald from St. Thomas in 5. Tony Henry from St. Mary in 6. Diana Constable from Kingston in 7. And Recoya Tucker from Portland in lane 8.
So that was Lorraine Perkins getting over 1.45 on his first attempt. So too did Johnson Patrick of Kingston. Second attempt coming out with a Florida Hawkins of St. Catherine. And again, the bar at 1.45 meters.
So the high jump bar, 1.45 meters. Hopefully we'll get that to you before it's finished. It's a recall. Clark of St. Andrew got out well, though. I don't think she got out first. As you look at the high jump, Dawkins of St. Catherine will have one more attempt as the bar 1.45 meters. So let's see if Dawkins can clear, but we'll go back to the track. In the meantime, Hall, Lewis, Clark, MacDonald, Henry, Constable, Adetucker. Oh, recall again. Wow. They may have been Constable of Kingston or Henry of St. Mary. And a failure to clear the 1.45. Young man from St. Catherine. Dawkins, he's out. He'll finish in third. So Dawkins of St. Catherine finishing in third. So two more competitors left as they raise the bar. So Joshua Patrick of Kingston, Ray Perkins of St. Thomas are the two competitors left in the boys' open high jump event. On the track, a yellow card is shown to the field, a warning. It hasn't been called but once, but twice. Athletes on their marks. Oh, a clean start this time around in the girls' class. The girls under 13, heat 1. Going well. The young lady from St. Andrew is Daniela Clark. On the outside of Clark is MacDonald. That is the top two. Clark goes across the line in the top position. Oh, 13.14 seconds for Daniela Clark of St. Andrew. Good performance from her. MacDonald should come through for second. She's from St. Thomas. Clark's official time is 13.12. MacDonald is second, 13.78. And Constable is third, 14.03. Constable is from Kingston. That's heat number 1. Heat number 2 coming up. Under 13 girls, 100 meters. Taisia MacDonald of St. Thomas in 2. Shanake Spence Clarendon in 3. Tanisa Kelly St. Mary in 4. Nicora Nelson from Kingston in 5. Shanice Williams St. Catherine 6. Tessian Julissa Daly from Westmoreland in 7. And Alona Crawford from St. Anne in lane 8. This is heat number 2 of the girls under 13. And on the outside, it looks to be Daly. Moving well off Westmoreland. She has full control though, Daly. 13.46 seconds from Westmoreland. That is Daly taking heat number 2. I want to give you a taste of the high jump final though going on. Boys open. Patrick of Kingston and Perkins of St. Thomas. Both are left in the final. Both have cleared 1.45 meters. They're measuring the bar. We tell you the distance on the bar in a very short while. The competitors are going under the tent, so they're still measuring the bar, making sure the bar is at the right height. Both have been tremendous, outstanding, you can say. Patrick will go first, trying to clear the height. Following the trend, should be 1.50. And the boys' high jump. So Patrick will try to clear the bar. 1.5. He does on the first attempt. He clipped it somewhat though. The white flag goes up. The bar is shaking, but still it will shake and dance as we go back to the track. 100 meters coming up. This is girls under 13. This is heat number 3. Going well on the outside. Looks like Moulton of St. Anne. Moulton holding off the crowd. And she goes across the line. Moulton gets it ahead of Mullings of Westmoreland. 13.84 seconds. 13.84 seconds for Moulton. So the bar will be raised again as the two competitors in the high jump, they're going great guns. So Moulton advancing on the track, but in the field, in the high jump for boys, Patrick and Perkins have cleared the bar. The bar was at 1.48 meters. So they're both cleared at 1.48 on first attempts. So the bar will be raised. So Patrick of Kingston and Perkins of St. Thomas. So 1.52. That is a new height of the bar. My apologies, 1.51. So Patrick of Kingston, his first attempt. He pulled out at the last minute. So Patrick cleared the bar on first attempt, 1.48. Getting some instructions from his coach, who's just by the cycle track. Here he goes. And failure to clear. On the first attempt, 1.51 meters. Perkins get his opportunity. He looks pretty confident, Perkins. He's from St. Thomas. 1.51. Can Perkins clear the bar at 1.51? Perkins trying to clear the bar, 1.51. He clears it on his first attempt. Brilliantly done by this young man Perkins. Now we go back to the track. This is the final heat in the girls under 13 100 meters. Walters in 2, Salmon in 3 from Portland, Drummond in 4 from Hanover. In 5, you have Scott of St. Andrews, 6, Miranda from St. James, 7, Forbes of St. Elizabeth, and in 8, you have Chin of Trelawney. Athletes going on their marks. Fourth and final heat, under 13 girls, 100 meters. Rihanna Scott in lane 5. Maybe labeled as a favorite. She's from St. Andrew. Scott gets out well. On the inside of Scott is Salmon of Portland. That is the top 2. But Scott steps away from Salmon and cruises along like she's just on a Sunday afternoon stroll. Stops the clock at 13.24 seconds for Rihanna Scott of St. Andrew. Coming through for second is Brianna Salmon of Portland. 13.24 is the flash time. The official time for Scott is 13.25. Salmon is second, 13.74. And Walters third, 14.22 seconds, and Walters is from Manchester. So Patrick of Kingston will have another attempt in the high jump. 1.51. Let's see what Patrick, he pulls out again. Second time he pulled out. Not too confident in this height. His second attempt at 1.51. He goes towards the bar. Speed. And he clears it. Oh, I thought he did. To be honest, he brushed it. He had the clearance. He had the height. He had the speed. Just did not have the luck. He had one more opportunity at the height of 1.51. Joshua Patrick gonna get some instructions from his coach as the boys will take center stage in the under 13 boys. But Patrick will have one more chance at it. If not, if he fails, Perkins of St. Thomas will get the gold. So under 13 boys, the first heat coming up. So remain right of Clarendon in 2. Marquez Reed of St. James in 3. Now D'Anthony Bennett of St. Catherine in 4. Tristan Cedron Malcolm from Westmoreland in 5. Kamar Griffiths St. Thomas in 6. Nicholas Jones of St. Elizabeth in 7. And Callis Gray of St. Anne in lane 8. Athletes on their marks. 7 facing the starter. It's a clean start and a great start for Bennett on the inside, but leaving Bennett is Reed of St. James. And then you have to look at Malcolm of Westmoreland, but Malcolm of Westmoreland takes over, and it's going to be Reed and Malcolm, and I think though on the inside, Reed of St. James may have gotten it ahead of Malcolm of Westmoreland, and that is a Western action, 13.02 seconds. Western assault, you may say. This heat 1 of the boys under 13, 100 meters. Reed gets it 13.02 seconds. Marcus Reed of St. James. And Malcolm should be second. Yes, he is. 13.05 seconds for Malcolm. And in third, it is right, 13.33. Well, guess what? Patrick did not clear the bar on the third attempt. And I thought, though, he had the height again, and his foot clipped it as he went over. He has knocked off the bar. He gains the silver. Wow. So the young man from St. Thomas gains the gold. So Perkins gets the gold, while Joshua Daniel Patrick of Kingston the silver, and Dakara Dawkins from St. Catherine the bronze. Will he continue? Will Perkins continue? Has cleared the bar on the first attempt. Don't think he will, though. So congratulations to Perkins on gaining the gold from St. Thomas, clearing the bar at 1.51 meters. And Patrick of Kingston, the silver, 1.48 was his clearance. And Dakari Dawkins of St. Catherine, the bronze, 1.40. So we'll go back to the track in the 100 meters. Under 13 boys. We had heat 1 a short while ago. So now time for heat number 2. Places Beckford of St. James in 2. Oliver Knight of St. Thomas in 3. You have Charles White Clarendon in 4. St. Anne have Henry Alexander in 5. Javon Williamson St. Elizabeth in 6. And Brooks St. Catherine in 7. And Douglas of Westmoreland in lane 8. Athletes on their marks. 7 facing the starter. Boys under 13, 100 meters. Williamson from St. Elizabeth almost falling over. Got light purple shorts. Brooks of St. Catherine is in the mix. Athletes once again on their marks. And the gun has sent them off, and already you see Alexander of St. Anne looks well on the inside of Alexander is White of Clarendon in that orange shirt. But you have to look for Brooks of St. Catherine. He's in lane 7 in that red shorts, and it's going to be close between Brooks, Alexander, and White. Wow. It was close between the three, pardon me, not two. 12.97 seconds. Brooks was on the outside from St. Catherine. White was there from Clarendon. Alexander was there from St. Anne. It's close to decipher who came through. Brooks on the outside coming through to take the gold. 12.96 seconds for Brooks. Alexander from St. Anne, the silver, 13.00. And White coming through for the bronze, 13.01. Not gold, silver, and bronze, but first, second, and third, because we're just in the heats. A little excitement going on. So we go to now the next heat. Heat number 3. Boys under 13. 100 meters. More competitors coming out. Heat number 3 coming out. Wigan of Manchester in 2. Hunter from St. Mary in 3. Stevenson Trelawney in 4. Kelly of St. Andrew in 5. Campbell Portland in 6. And Campbell of Hanover in 7. And Henkerwood from Kingston is in 8. Well, Henkerwood attends Holy Rosary at the primary championships. He pulled out of the final. Well, you just false started in the final. Well, he did false start, to be honest. Well, there was a commentator who was livid because they were not handing out red cards. However, it was explained to him, which is me, that when it comes to Class 1, they hand out red cards right away. When you're adjudged to have false started, for the younger ones, they don't. So you have to look out for Henkerwood. Talented individual. He's in lane 8. He's representing Kingston today. And the gun has sent them away. We said before, Henkerwood in lane 8. It looks pretty well. And on the inside, though, for Kelly of St. Andrew is also there. On the inside, also, Wigan is also moving well. So it's close. Wow, between Wigan of Manchester and Henkerwood of Kingston. 12.85 seconds. 12.85 seconds for Wigan of Manchester. Henkerwood got it 12.86. Henkerwood got it over Wigan. It was close between the two. But Henkerwood on the outside got a Wigan 12.87, 12.86, and 12.87. That's how close it was. Henkerwood and a Wigan. Kelly coming through for third, 13.17 seconds. So the final heat coming up. Heat number 4, under 13. Boys, DeAndre Parker from St. Andrew, he is in 2. You have Daquante Rodney, St. Mary in 3. Dane Gibbs of Kingston in 4. Devonnie Jones from Hanover in 5. You have Javier Lawson, Trelawney in 6. Devon Livingston from Portland in 7. And Malik Turner, Manchester, is in lane 8. Fourth and final heat. Under 13, boys, 100 meters. Next, after this, will be the girls under 15s. We have some time, some way to go. You have shot put for the boys. Under 15s. Was heat number 4. So JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championship. It all starts here. Sponsors Sagicor, JTA, Cooperative Credit Union, Tip Friendly Society, Grace Foods, and the National. The patron, Jamaica under 20 men's 100 meters record holder and the world under 20 100 meters silver medalist, Boajen Krume, is the patron of this event. Athletes on their marks. And the gun has sent them away. Turner of Manchester gets out well. He's on the outside. He's in lane 8 in that yellow shorts. Trying to come through. Gibbs in the black shorts for Kingston. Gibbs has taken over with 10 meters to go. It's Gibbs takes it. And on the outside, Livingston of Portland was there. So too Turner of Manchester. 12.87 seconds for Dane Gibbs of Kingston. He takes the top spot in heat number 4. Gibbs' officials time is 12.93. Lawson is second at 12.99. Lawson from Trelawney. And coming through for third was Turner. And Turner's time. Why the board is moving a bit fast. 13.01 seconds for Turner. Now girls under 15. 100 meters. First heat coming up. So this is the girls on a 15 100 meters. Watkins from Portland in 2, Steer Kingston in 3, Ellis of Clarendon in 4, Witter of St. Catherine in 5. But you have to look for now Clarendon, Ellis, Witter from St. Catherine is also there. But out in lane 5, coming through, looks to be Witter of St. Catherine, 14.57 seconds. But I don't think that's Witter. That's orange shorts. Must get a little bit confusing though, to be honest. And Clarendon normally is an orange short, so that should have been Ellis. I think that should have been Ellis. That's not a red shorts, the orange shorts. So I think she was running in the wrong lane. Ellis and Witter, because what happened that one of the lanes were empty and the orange shorts, young lady from Clarendon, she was in lane 5, not in lane 4. I think that's where they mixed it up. So on the 15 girls, this is heat 2. Lance in 2, Clark in 3, Scott in 4, Roach in 5 from Hanover, Brown from St Mary in 6, Galloway St Catherine in 7, and Wilmot of Manchester in lane 8. God has sent them away, and on the outside for Manchester is Wilmot. Wilmot going well though. On the inside, trying to muscle through is Scott. And certainly it is Wilmot will take it ahead of Galloway of St. Catherine, 13.89 seconds for Marie Wilmot, 13.89 ahead of Galloway of St. Catherine. Wilmot's time, 13.87, and Galloway should come through for second, 14.07 for Galloway. And in third, it was pretty close. Scott claimed third, 14.18 seconds for Timona Scott of Clarendon. So this is heat number 3, 13.54 seconds. There's the girls under 15. So Godfrey coming through on top, 13.58 seconds. She's from Westmoreland. And second is Deacon, 13.87. Burke is third, 13 also 0.87 seconds. First, second, and third in the penultimate heat in the girls under 15, 100 meters. St. Louis coming through to take this heat. Fourth and final heat, 13.90 seconds is the flash time. So 13.94 for Lewis. Cooper is second, 14.37. So now it's with the boys under 15s to take center stage. So it's heat number 2, the under 15 boys, 100 meters. Thomas of Kingston in 2, Williams of St. Elizabeth in 3, Gallimore Trelawney in 4, Johnson Westmoreland in 5. You have Romney from St. Mary, Edwards of Portland, and Gordon of Hanover. And going well is Romney of St. Mary, cruising through. He will take this heat, 13 seconds flat. That is the flash time going through. And that is heat 3 of the boys 100 meters. And the gun has set them away. There's a brilliant start this for Bailey of St. Andrew on the outside. Manchester's Lambert taking full control. Lambert of Manchester pouring home for this heat number 3. The boys under 15 100 meters. 12.68 seconds is the flash time for Lambert. Bailey of St. Andrew on the outside may have come through for second, but Lambert coming through to take the top spot. 12.68 is the official time. That's for Lambert. And in second, we'll tell you in a very short while, Bailey of St. Andrew coming through in lane 8, 13.16. Bernard is third, 13.26 seconds. Jaden Bernard from Westmoreland. The final heat number 4, is coming up. In terms of special guests, we have told you before, we have a special guest for you, and that is Stephen Brown, the chairman of the National Sports Committee. A special good afternoon to you. In lane 2, Paul of Clarendon in 3. You have Jones of St. Elizabeth in 4. You have Price of Manchester in 5. Mackenzie of Trelawney in 6. Wilkins of St. James in 7. And Main of St. Anne in lane 8. It's the fourth and final heat of the boys under 15, 100 meters. Having a chat with Stephen Brown, though, the chairman of the National Sports Committee at the JTA. The person said that he's a special individual. Don't know how special he is. Don't know how true that is. We're going to get to that in a very short while. Athletes on their mask. Go ahead and set them away. Great start from Mackenzie of Trelawney. On the inside of Mackenzie is Prince of Manchester. On the outside of Mackenzie is Wilkins. Well, coming through for Manchester now is Price. Price of Manchester. He will take it. 12.93 seconds for Price. Taking the fourth and final heat in the boys under 15 100 meters. Price time is 12.89 seconds. That's the official time for Price. Wilkins, coming through for second at 12.97, and Mackenzie third, 13.02. That is the final section. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something innovative though. I'm going to ask this mic to sit down for a little while. I'm going to rest. And then my headset. A person's not hearing me well through this, so I'll just utilize this now. As we said, we do have a special guest, that's Stephen Brown. Stephen, persons weren't hearing you before, so we're going to make it so simple. The fact is, we asked you earlier on in terms of your role as the chair.
Yes, as chairman of the National Sports Committee at the JTA, my duty is to organize all the sporting activities for teachers, and we do the track meet for students. So the teachers, we have netball, we have football, we have cricket, we have the fun day, and the National Track and Field Championship.
So you said before something about Trinidad earlier on, like you visited Trinidad, you went to a carnival. That's what you said?
No, for this year we had a Caribbean Union of Teachers Les Harris cricket competition in Trinidad, where Jamaica was first. So we have biennial meets biennial for cricket, biennial for track and field at CUT level. That's a regional level. I call it the mini character because it's from ages 7 to 15.
Who captained that cricket team, though, if you don't mind me asking? You know who's the captain?
Keith Hibbert was the captain, and we had a current fast bowler for Jamaica. I still remember his name.
No, we're not killing with remembering the team, and that's okay. I just wonder if Xavier Gilbert was a part of that team.
No. I don't. I can't recall if Xavier has ever played for our CUT team, but he has played in the cricket in the teachers' cricket competition.
He boasts that he's a good cricketer. That's not good friend, good cricketer. But we're not going to get there, though. St. John is older boys, but runs Excelsior's track program, or should I say, the head of the sports department. But looking at this meet itself now, how do you lend a hand? And I call it the term lend a hand. How do you lend a hand for this meet itself?
All right. So we have our parish coordinators, and we have a sports committee that helps to organize this. So every month from September, we meet on the first Saturday and plan all the activities for JTA. Cricket, football, netball, the family fun day, and the track meet. So this is in a planning. It's a continuous thing every year, and it's in the planning stage from September.
So planning as it may be, though, planning as it is, in terms of this meet itself, how strategic and how hard is it for you to actually carry that through? In terms, planning is one thing. Sitting around a table and plan is one. It's just a start. But that's a start of a lot of things to come.
All right. So I am fortunate to have been a coordinator, sports coordinator, to organize St. Andrew from 1998 up until 2012, if my memory serves me right. So I understand the intricacies of the meet. The meet is unique in the sense that we represent in your parish, not your school. You have your school sports. The other level is your district sports, because the schools are in districts in each parish. Then you move to your parish sports. Then the parish team now would come and represent here at the stadium.
But then you're talking about strategic planning every single month and a qualification to write down to here. And then keeping the records while doing all of that.
Yeah, that's a unique thing about the meet. I understand, and somebody just yesterday was asking me about school. I said, no, it's not the school, it's a parish. I know that we have our parish championship, but not all schools will be able to take part in the parish championship, because we have had experiences where a school might have a one athlete, and to take that one athlete to a parish championship may not be feasible. But because with the JTA meet, you just take that one athlete to your DA sports and then to your parish sports if he makes it, such as the one you see in Bolt. In Trelawney, his school just took him to the DA sports, then to the parish sports, and he came to the stadium and ran for Trelawney.
Why I'm proud of that, is it, man? They could have called any other name, but they had to call the man from Trelawney.
Because I'm from Trelawney, and I am from Trelawney. I'm from Duncan's Trelawney. I represented Trelawney back in the day at the second stage.
You represent in terms of being an athlete, running
for Trelawney. 1998.
How well did you do?
Sorry, 1985. I was second in the 200 meters.
In the first round or in the final?
In the finals.
Okay. When he said 1990, I was looking at him and said 1990. Oh, come on. Don't say that. But if that's what he wanted to say, he made the correction, though, to say in the 80s. But and I'm glad you're a part of it back in the 80s, though. But obviously, you're a part of it as an athlete, no, as an administrator, helps with planning now. You have seen the growth of it throughout the years. And has it grown that much, and does it need to grow some more?
There is always room for growth. It has grown, because back then when we competed, it was just one day. everything happening here right now was one day. The heats of the 100, the heats of the 200, the finals of the 200, and everything competed in one day. Now, over the years, we saw the need to extend it to 2 days, and we have. The meet itself is unique in many ways. It's the only meet in Jamaica where the organizers, with sponsors, take care of everything for the athletes. All the athlete need to do is to present themselves. Transportation is taken care of through JTA. Boarding is taken care of. Overnighting is taken care of. Gear is taken care of through other sponsors, Sagicor and JTA Credit Union. The parishes are subsidized. JTA helps to subsidize the parish to take them in. It is the only type of championship like this in the country.
You know, we can sit down and chat all day, though, but you have to big up. You see, big up so many sponsors. You have to big up all their sponsors. You know, want them feel good.
Yeah, man. And the meet could not have been without our title sponsor, Sagicor, to be honest, because they saw the need for the championship, and they have worked with us over the years because we do plan along with them for the games. So kudos to them. It's a tall order to contribute $8 to $10 million every year. Just I mean, you're talking over the years. You're talking maybe about $300 million over the years. So we can't get away from that, and we have to continue to sit with Sagicor, hold their hands, and take it to another level. The other thing, though, as sponsors, I know they want to see more persons in the stadium, and that is a critical part. It is free to get into the stadium. We don't charge. And Jamaica need to understand this. This is a single meet that has produced 80% of Jamaican Olympians. I can start from Mr. Bolt to Veronica Campbell to Debian Paris to Marvin Anderson. Not only because I'm from Trelawney, I'm calling all the Trelawney names. Ansel Parchment, Oblique Civil, the Clayton Twins, our current runners, Oblique Bowaji, Ewan Blake, they all came to this meet. Sherika Jackson, Shelly Ann Fraser, when I was calling it, I had her in St. Andrew, all of them came to this meet. They all came to this meet. I mean, Sherika Williams, Sharon Simpson, from the rural Jamaica, they were all alien, they were all exposed to this meet.
You know, when we start them off, we're for end this year now, but when we start them off. Stefan Brown, wonderful speaking to you. I hope I talk to you again before the end of this staging. I think this is the 38th staging. I had a 2-year hiatus for 2020, 2021, but back on track last year and full force this year. So we hope we'll catch up with you again before the end of the meet.
I just want Jamaica to remember that it all begins here. It all starts here with exposing these athletes. It all starts here. And I'm imploring you, come out to the National Stadium tomorrow. And if you can come today, come to today. All activities put on by JTA have always been without rain. So I can almost sure that there will be no rain today and no rain tomorrow. So come out and give us the support. Give these athletes the support from now. Not because and not when they are on top, but they need it to be that support from now.
Stefan Brown, the weatherman, I'll call him now. Stefan Brown, he is the chairman of the National Sports Committee at the JTA. Doing extreme great work, though. And started out this morning with the 1200 meters and also cruised along with the 80 meters. We saw the 100 meters, all classes, 11 and 15. Certainly, a lot more action left on the track. We'll be back in a very short while. Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Johan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail.com.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
It's the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships, the 38th edition, happening at the National Stadium. Day one of two, you may call it. The next event on the track, after experiencing the high jump, the ball throw, the 80 meters, the 1200 meters, and the 100 meters, it's now time for the four. The first heat on the cards on the 13 for girls. In lane 2, you have Anderson from Clarendon. In 3, Clark of St. Thomas. 4, McLean of Kingston. In 5, Brown of St. Elizabeth. In 6, St. Catherine Alves. In 7, you have Goubet, St. Andrew. And in lane 8, Downey of St. Anne. Athletes on their marks. First heat on the cards. Under 13, 400 meters. It's a clean start for the first heat of the girls under 13, 400 meters. Going out to well, looks to Alves of St. Catherine. On the outside of Alves is Goubet of St. Andrew. Was again somewhat of Downey of St. Anne, who is in lane 8. But you have to look at Alves of St. Catherine. She's in the red shorts on the backstretch, passing the entrance of the marathon tunnel, having a slight advantage based on the stagger. The young lady from St. Catherine Alves in that red shorts. But now Goubet, feeling the presence of Alves, has stepped into another gear and has gone past Downey on her outside. Now it is Goubet of St. Andrew in the green shorts. I said before, she has gone into another gear. She has upped the ante somewhat and pouring around the bend, transitioning in the home stretch. The young lady, this from St. Andrew, with not a slight lead, but with about a 10-meter lead over Alves of St. Catherine, who is in second, and Brown of St. Elizabeth in third. But it's Goubet of St. Andrew. She'll cruise home to take the first heat. The girls under 13, 400 meters, 104.23 seconds. This for Goubet of St. Andrew. St. Catherine Alves is second, and Brown should finish third in that first heat. 104.23 seconds is the flash time. 104.28 is the official time for Goubet. Second, Alves of St. Catherine. Her time is 105.23. Brown is third, 106.66 seconds. First, second, and third in the first heat in the girls under 13, 400 meters. So the second heat on the cards goes on the 13, 400 meters. In lane 2, we have Lynch of St. Mary, 3, Coombs of St. Catherine, 4, Morris of St. Elizabeth in 5, Watson, Hanover, Fitzgerald of Westmoreland is in 6, Wesley of Portland in 7, and Young of Trelawney is in lane 8. So Watson of Hanover looks pretty well. Fitzgerald of Westmoreland is also there. So Fitzgerald having a convincing lead. And Watson wants to come to the party also. She's there from Hanover. Moving well, St. Elizabeth is Morris and Coombs of St. Catherine. Now Coombs of St. Catherine, she is in that red shorts trying to reel her in. Morris goes out and goes out strong. But on the inside of Morris is Coombs of St. Catherine. With about 90 meters to go. Morris on the outside. She's from the Breadbasket Parish. But Coombs from St. Catherine having a slight advantage. But Morris is having none of it on this glorious Friday afternoon. So it's going to be Morris ahead of Coombs with about 40 meters to go. All athletes running in slow motion. But it's Morris of St. Elizabeth with about 10 meters to go to close out the second heat. Morris goes over the line ahead of Coombs. And coming through for third is Lynch of St. Mary. 106.33 seconds for Morris of St. Elizabeth. In second is Coombs of St. Catherine. And third is Lynch of St. Mary. The winning time is 106.36 for Morris. Second is Coombs of St. Catherine, 107.67. And Lynch is third, 108.57 for Lynch of St. Mary. First, second, and third in the second heat in the girls under 13, 400 meters. So here 3 of the girls on the 13, 400 meters. And Robinson, Westmoreland in 2. You have Bogle of Portland in 3. Williams of St. Mary in 4. Brown of St. James in 5. Johnson of Hanover in 6. And Puria of St. Andrew in 7. The Williams of Manchester is in lane 8. You have to look for Puria. She's in lane 7. Gaining on Williams in lane 8 in that yellow shirt. Or should I say yellow shorts. Not shirt. But Puria in the green shorts in 7. Based on the advantage, based on the stagger, having a slight advantage with about 150 meters to go. Those are the top 2 athletes, Williams of Manchester and Puria of St. Andrew. Try to sneak through on the inside. That is in lane 3. It looks to be like Bogle. So it is Bogle in lane 3. And Bogle is from Portland. She slips into that second position. But Puria of St. Andrew having the lead and moving away from Williams and Bogle. And it will be Puria to take the number 1 spot in the girls under 13. This is heat number 3, 105.98 seconds. That is the time. Coming through for second is Williams of Manchester. And third, it looks to be like Bogle of Portland. 105.98 seconds. That is the flash time. This for Puria of St. Andrew. And it was close for second. I think, though, that Williams may have gotten second for Manchester ahead of Bogle of Portland. Poorest time, the official time, 105.98. Williams second, 109.25. And Bogle third, 110.02 seconds. That was heat number 3. They're getting ready now for heat number 4. Lane assignments: Levy of Manchester in 2. You have Swaby from Clarendon in 3. Lee of St. Thomas in 4. Shaniel Henry Trelawney in 5. Akila MacDonald from St. James in 6. Jada Adlam Kingston in 7. And Abigail Williams, she's from St. Anne, in lane 8. Final heat, heat number 4. On the 13 girls, 400 meters. Levy, Swaby, Lee, Henry, MacDonald, Adam, and Williams. Easy start for Williams of St. Anne. She is in lane 8. On the inside of Williams is Adlam of Kingston in that black shorts. Coming through on the inside, Henry of Trelawney is there, so to Lee of St. Thomas. And well, the Clarendon Swaby is in the mix. Levy of Manchester is in 2 at the back of the pack, but she now makes a move on Swaby on her outside. But you have to go back to the top of the pack where Adlam of Kingston is leading. She has a major advantage going into the home stretch. Can she maintain? That's a big question. She has left Williams and the entire party behind. She's not partying with that group. She's partying alone. She has about a 7-meter lead with about 60 meters to go. This young lady from Kingston, Jada Adlam, with a major advantage. Trying to come through for St. James is MacDonald. She's in full white. But Adlam of Kingston being urged on somewhat, stopping the clock, 106.18 seconds. Coming through, MacDonald of St. James is second, 106.18 is the flash time. And Adlam coming through to win that 4th and final section. Girls under 13, 400 meters. 106.18. 106.15, the official time for Adlam. MacDonald is second from St. James, 107.59. And Lee is third, 108.21. That's the end of the under 13 for girls. So the first heat in the boys under 13 400 meters. Sanjay Duncan of Clarendon in 2. You have Tyreek Winter from St. Thomas in 3. DeMarco Clark of Trelawney in 4. Sean Kevon Sparks of Manchester in 5. Jaden McLean, St. Mary in 6. Kevin Minot of St. Anne in 7. And War of Kingston is in lane 8. Athletes on their marks. First heat of 4. Boys under 13, 400 meters. It's a clean start for the boys under 13, 400 meters. War of Kingston in lane 8 goes out well. On the inside of War looks to be Minot of St. Anne in that light blue shorts, using his length actually to reel in War, and passes him at the entrance of the marathon tunnel. So Minot of St. Anne is a tall and strong individual, showing his strength and ease in this first heat of the boys under 13, 400 meters. So Minot of St. Anne has extended his lead. He's trying to come through on the inside from Manchester. It's Sparks. Sparks is coming through for second with about 90 meters to go to complete this 400 meter run, the first heat. Young man Minot of St. Anne in second from Manchester. It's Sparks. That is the top 2. But Minot of St. Anne, he's a strong lad. He will come through. Stops the clock. 1 minute 00.59 seconds. This is under 13. And in second is Sparks of Manchester. Coming through for third, War of Kingston. And fourth is St. Mary's McLean. 1 minute 00.59 is the flash time. And just looking on the young man Minot though. Strong, smooth on the back stretch. Minot's official time 1 minute 00.60. Sparks is second, 104.23. And in third, that is a prospect though, Minot, to be honest. He's strong, he has height. War is third from Kingston, 1 minute 08.17. A strong lad, he's tall. And he's powerful. Not only that he's strong, but he's powerful. This may be one for the future, but who to tell? Who am I? Well, that was heat number 1. Under 13, 400 meters. I liked what I saw from Minot. Just seeing for the first time. Let's see what he does in the final. That was heat number 1. Getting ready for heat number 2. Under 13 boys, 400 meters. Brad Dillon from St. Thomas in 2. Downer of St. Anne in 3. McIntosh St. James in 4. Morgan of Manchester in 5. Hudson St. Andrew in 6. Brian of Clarendon in 7. And Cook of St. Mary should be in lane 8. Oh, there's no chef here. Don't see Cook at all. So only see athletes from 4 through to 7. It was bright and sunny on this opening day a short while ago, having a mixture of bleak conditions and sunny conditions. But you heard from Stephen Brown, the weatherman, I may say, telling us what will happen with the weather. But time will tell. So, only 4 competitors in this heat. McIntosh from St. James in 4, Morgan of Manchester in 5, Hudson of St. Andrew in 6, and Brian of Clarendon in lane 7. It's a clean start for the boys under 13, heat 2, 400 meters. Brian of Clarendon gets out well. Also going well is Morgan of Manchester. Has gained somewhat of Hudson of St. Andrews. Hudson not allowing Morgan to pass him. as Hudson of St. Andrew on the back stretch. He is in the green shorts. He's moving away from Morgan of Manchester in that yellow shorts. And certainly he has control with 200 meters to go. Short steps, short strides from Hudson of St. Andrew, but still working well for him in this heat. Heat number 2 in the under 13 boys 400 meters. So Hudson still out there. Morgan is in second. On the inside of Morgan is McIntosh of St. James. That is the top 3. But here comes Morgan once again from Manchester, trying to get the better of Hudson. Hudson says he's not having it, not today, as he passes the entrance of the McDonald Tunnel. The young man from St. Andrew, Nathan Hudson, he will take the second heat in the boys under 13 400 meters. Stops the clock at 1 minute 00.66 seconds. That is the flash time for Hudson of St. Andrew. Second is Morgan of Manchester. Third, McIntosh of St. James. And fourth, Brian of Clarendon. 1 minute 00.66 seconds is the flash time. The official time is 1:00.69. Morgan's, who is second, his time is 1:02.24 second. Morgan of Manchester. McIntosh is third, 1:03.92 seconds. McIntosh from St. James. And in fourth, you have Brian of Clarendon. His time not on the board just yet. As they say donor, but that's not donor. So Brian's time is 1:13.11. All right, so next event on the track. This is heat number 3. Boys under 13. 400 meters on the cards. And in terms of the lane assignments, Deans from Portland in 2, McFarlane St. James in 3, Francis St. Elizabeth in 4. Now, Bagaloo from St. Andrew in 5, Greg of Hanover in 6, Evans of Westmoreland in 7, and Thomas of St. Catherine is in lane 8. And Thomas of St. Catherine, we said before, is cruising around the bend. What a commanding lead from Thomas of St. Catherine. Trying to come through In that middle of the track is Bagaloo. He's in that second position, but Bagaloo can't do anything, can't provide a bag of tricks because this young man from St. Catherine, that is Matrick Thomas, is in cruise control on this Friday afternoon. It's all about Thomas of St. Catherine, who will take heat number 3 in the boys under 13. This is the 400 meters. Coming through for second is Evans, and for third is Bagaloo. 1:00.30 seconds for Thomas of St. Catherine to take heat number 3, the boys under 13, 400 meters. 1:00.30 is the flash time, the official time not on the board just as yet. Thomas of St. Catherine, good run from him, 1:00.30, that's the official time. Evans coming through for second, he's from Westmoreland, 1:02.88, and third is Bagaloo, 1:03.03 seconds. First, second, and third. This is heat number 3 in the boys under 13, 400 meters. Next heat, the final heat coming up. That's heat number 4. Athletes going on the track. So heat number 4 coming up, under 13 boys. So Morris from Portland in 2. Simmons of St. Catherine in 3. Gallimore Trelawney in 4. Samuels Westmoreland in 5. In 6 you have Ricketts of Hanover. In 7 Morgan of St. Elizabeth. And 8 Parkinson from Kingston. Just a reminder of the colors though. Royal blue for St. Thomas. Grey for Portland. Light blue for St. Anne. Purple for Hanover. Black for Kingston. Maroon for Westmoreland, orange Clarendon, St. James Elphin full white, St. Catherine in red, Manchester in yellow, Trelawney brown, St. Elizabeth light purple, and St. Andrew green shorts. St. Andrew, they are the defending champions. 38th staging. 7 facing the starter. Well, 7 may turn to 8. There's an athlete just below the tent. I think there's an official holding his arm, so the race may be increased to 8 competitors. And did I say maybe? I think that's what's going to happen. So, athlete from St. Anne coming through. We don't have his name as yet. So St. Anne wearing the light blue. He has joined the party. Under 13 boys, 400 meters. This is heat 4. It's a glorious day on the opening of this 38th staging. JTA's Sagicor National Athletic Championship. National Stadium coming to life with the tents in the bleachers. Like the colors of Sagicor. Blue and green. And normally, when you go to primary school or primary level school, they say blue is blue, but no, things have changed since then. You hear fusion, you hear different names of colors where you used to just call it blue, red, and green. My good friend Anthony Foster doesn't know much about colors though. And my better friend to the left, probably she could tell me all about the respective colors. Whether it's fuchsia or anything like that. But I liked back in the day when it was just green, red, purple. That's it. So the field has increased with Kevon Downer of St. Anne. He has joined the party. All athletes on their marks. The fourth and final heat. On the 13 category, next field event will be the high jump for girls. Clean start for the final heat in the boys under 13. This is the 400 meters, and Morgan has gone out strong. He's from St. Elizabeth. I know someone here from St. Elizabeth. Samuels from Westmoreland. He has covered Ricketts on his outside. He's from Hanover. So Samuels from Westmoreland has gained on Morgan and Parkinson on his outside. So Samuels of Westmoreland, now he's cruising somewhat, but the young man from Kingston in the black shorts in lane 8 has upped the ante somewhat. He has felt the presence of the other athletes on the inside. So Parkinson, based on the stagger, he has a slight advantage, but Samuels of Westmoreland is all in the mix, try to come through that top position as they come around the bend. You have to look way on the inside also in lane 2. It's Norris of Portland. He's sneaking through. He has sneaked through to the top of the pinnacle, but on his outside is Simmons of St. Catherine in that red shorts. Simmons has gone past Norris, and he takes over in this final heat in the boys on the 13 400 meters. Simmons of St. Catherine, he will take it. Coming through for second is Norris. Norris is from Portland, and third is Parkinson from Kingston. First, second, and third. So 103.19 seconds, that is the flash time. This for St. Catherine, Simmons. 103.24 for Simmons. Norris is second, 105.77. And in third is Parkinson from Kingston, 105.90 seconds. So the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championship, day 1 of 2 at the National Stadium. An event which has produced 80%. You heard the interview earlier on with Stephen Brown. 80% of the Olympians, when this started, since inception, last 20 years, 28 years, or 24 years, produced Olympians time after time. And did he give a list from Usain Bolt, Shelley Fraser Price? One name that wasn't called though was Asafa Paul. I don't know if Asafa Paul took part in this event. He's a late bloomer. But Sharon Simpson, Lane Thompson here, Boaj and Crewman, not an Olympian just yet, but an outstanding athlete, the national junior record holder. Outstanding competitor. Gave us a list from Trelawney straight back to Kingston. So the first heat on the cards on the girls' side on the 15. KJ Lewis of Kingston in 1. Winnie Matthews of Trelawney in 2. Venetia Pottinger of St. James in 3. Radine Brown from St. Catherine in 4. Oisin Johnson, Portland in 5. Natovia Asher Robinson, Westmoreland in 6. Ariana Sutherland from St. Catherine in 7. And Brittany Bryan from St. Thomas. She is in lane 8. So full field for this heat number 1. Under 15 girls, 400 meters. You had under 13s a short while ago on the boys' side and the girls' side. Now it's time for the girls once more to take center stage. So the girls taking center stage. Here's heat 1, under 15 girls, 400 meters. Reminder though of the lane assignments. Lewis in 1, Matthews in 2, Pottinger 3, she's from St. James. In 4, you have Barnes of St. Catherine. In 5, Johnson of Portland. In 6, Robinson, Westmoreland. In 7, Sutherland from St. Catherine. And in lane 8, Bryan of St. Thomas. Starter on his roster, not satisfied. Have asked athletes to stand. Now they've gone right back in their stance. This is the first heat in the under 15 category on the girls' side. It's a clean start for the girls. This is under 15, going out well. Robinson of Westmoreland has gone by Sutherland of St. Catherine and also Bryan of St. Thomas on her outside. So Robinson of Westmoreland in full control on the backstretch, passing the entrance of the marathon tunnel. On the inside, also from St. James, is Pottinger in the full white, but Robinson is slowing down somewhat, hitting the 200 meters mark, but she still has a slight advantage though, cruising around the 180 meters mark. Moving well, Bryan of St. Thomas on her outside, trying to reel her in. She's in lane 8, and she is moving well. So it's Bryan of St. Thomas in lane 8, but it is Robinson of Westmoreland in lane 6, having a slight advantage heading into the home stretch. The young lady from the western end of the island, Robinson, still maintaining about a 5-meter lead. On the outside is Bryan, and extending that lead from 5 to 6 to 7. Can you count along with me? With Robinson of Westmoreland in this first heat. In the girls under 15 for 100 meters, it's Robinson to take it. Look on the clock, 106.87 seconds for Robinson coming through. In second is Bryan of St. Thomas, but 106.87 is the flash time. One of the athletes did not go over the line, start before. And we see a couple athletes coming through. And the short time medical team is here in the house. And he did the right thing, the correct thing, not to trouble the athlete that was coming down the track. Went around her, but he's checking the athlete who fell to the track before she went across the line. Well, Robinson's official time, 106.91 seconds. Bryan is second, 108.22. And in third is Johnson, 109.98 seconds. First, second, and third in that first heat. So it's a recall. Girls under 15, 400 meters. This is Heat 2. Alana Tucker from St. Anne in 1. Thomas of Manchester in 2. Sylvester St. James in 3. Bowers of St. Thomas in 4. Pinnock Hanover in 5. Lennon St. Elizabeth in 6. Ferguson of Kingston in 7. And Lewis of Westmoreland in lane 8. So Lewis of Westmoreland gets out well. On the inside of Lewis in lane 6 is Lennon of St. Elizabeth, who has covered Ferguson of Kingston on her outside. But the young lady in lane 8, Lewis, has gone out strong. But moving well on the inside for Manchester is Thomas. She is in the yellow shorts. Oh, wow, she's motoring on the back stretch. Good performance so far from this young lady in lane 2. So Thomas of Manchester, she has a commanding lead based on the stagger. She will swoop around into the home stretch in that top position. So it's all alone, Erika Thomas of Manchester High. She's slowing up somewhat, holding her head. She's facing the breeze, but coming through now in that second position looks like it is Lennon of St. Elizabeth. So St. Elizabeth Lennon, there's an athlete who fell over, and the medical team has looked on her as a signal being done to the finish line. But coming through from St. Elizabeth is Lennon. Lennon has passed Manchester's Thomas, and she will take it. So it's Lennon from St. Elizabeth takes it ahead of Manchester's Thomas in second, 105.70. And the athletes are feeling it. It's an athlete right on the curve who collapsed and has been attended to by the medical team. The signal was made right away. I'm hoping that she is okay, though. And the wheelchair being rolled in her direction. 105.73 seconds for Lennon, who won that heat. Thomas is second, 107.23, and Bowers is third, 109.57 seconds. First, second, and third, that is in Heat 2, girls under 15, 400 meters. very soon. As we speak to this young man, Orain Dwayne Perkins, and the winner of the high jump event. Come closer, man. Can you say you're shy? No, son, you say shy. Big champion. How you feeling? You won the high jump event. Young man from St. Thomas, how you feeling?
I'm feeling fine right now.
In your mind, though, what was going through your mind at the time, though? Because you seem pretty confident. You just walked up to the bar and jumped it on the first attempt. Man, I laugh. Nobody too shy now. Nobody too shy. You hold that thought there as the next event on the track. You're not going anywhere. The gun has set them off. Tullow from Trelawney in 1. Foster St. Elizabeth in 2. Watkins from Portland in 3. Russell Clarendon in 4. Edwards St. Mary in 5. You have Malcolm from Manchester in 6. Brigham from St. Anne in 7. And Waite of Hanover is in lane 8. So moving well. Also, Malcolm of Manchester also in the mix. On the outside, Graham of St. Anne is also there. That is the top 2. But the young lady Malcolm of Manchester, she is in the yellow shorts. Edwards of St. Mary having a slight advantage. So he's telling the tale right now, but the young lady from Manchester, she wants to tell a different tale. Tales being told in different directions, in different ways. But the young lady from Manchester is there. Edwards on the inside from St. Mary, and then sneaking through from St. Mary, and from Portland is Watkins. So Watkins having a slight advantage. Slipping in that second position is Malcolm of Manchester. Now Malcolm of Manchester is gaining on Watkins of Portland on the inside. The young lady in the yellow shorts, we spoke about her on the back stretch. She has now taken over. Malcolm of Manchester, she will take heat number 3 in the girls on the 15 for 100 meters. She stops the clock at 109.69 seconds to take heat 3. But we still have our special guest with me. I'm not forgetting you at all, my good friend Orain. I mean, what was going through your mind at the time? Come on, talk to me.
Thought I was gonna lose because my spikes never feel right for the first 3 run-ups, and I came out successful in the end.
So you thought you were going to lose. You were jumping. What's a different jump was happening, coach? Because this young man was jumping, almost going over the bar on the first attempt, almost all around. So when did you think that you're going to lose? Because every time you approach at the first attempt, you clear the bar.
In the practice jump, the run-up never feels so right.
But you came through on top, though. So why you didn't want to go any further? Forget about the coach right now. You didn't want to go no further.
That get rest for the 100 meter.
A coach said that, A coach said that a while ago, That's where what were you thinking? Did you want to go any higher, or you just was foolish with it?
Yes, sir.
What's your favorite event? Because I've been told that you do the long jump. I've been told that you do the 100. You did the high jump. You did the high jump last year at this event. What's your favorite event?
Long jump.
The long jump is your favorite? Yes, sir. Listen to me. I'm going to get this out. And for persons clamoring, for individuals, athletes, I'm going to ask one specific question. You're heading to the high school. What high school you want to go?
Calabar.
Say that one more time.
Calabar.
And everyone who's listening, this young man who won the high jump, cleared the bar 1.5, wants to go to Calabar. I don't know if he's going to end up there, but he wants to go to Calabar. But how you see the championship? You like the championship?
Yes, sir.
Why? I'm not let it go so easy. Why? See, him shy, him can't talk, He thought I was going to give him the light, easy answer, and that was it. Tell me why, man. Tell me why you like the championship. You don't know? You don't like competition?
Yes, sir.
Say, go ahead. Him say him not like talk, but we not kill him. That's all. Because you have other events coming up. How you did the 100 meters this morning? You ran the 100? Yeah. How you did? You qualified?
Came fourth. Slide off of the block because the spike never have no grip in it.
Okay.
So slide off it.
So you didn't get to qualify. You qualify for the final?
Don't know, sir.
Okay. Well, no problem. You still have the long jump, which is your favorite event coming up.
Yes, sir.
Well, good luck to you for the rest of the championship.
Thank you.
Kudos to you, coach. We have 30 seconds. Come here, coach. Come here, man. Come here. Yeah. What's your name, coach?
Joanne Bennett.
Now, what school does he go to? Although representing the parish, what school does he go to?
Portman Primary and Junior High.
And that's where you are? You're the coach for the parish? Which one?
Mount Bay High School coach.
Okay. Is he a good athlete?
He's a good person. Yes, he's a good athlete. Yes.
Man, not person, no personality. He's a good person.
Yes, he's a good person, and that makes him a fantastic athlete. Yes.
But I was cussing you from up here, because I said, "What, coach? Why you pull him for the 1.51?" And he cleared the bar with such ease at 1.51.
We knew he had the speed to qualify. When he for the 100-meter, when he started the race, we realized something was wrong. So that's why we decided to pull him from the high jump at 1.51.
How high can he jump?
I think that's the highest I've seen him go, but I know he can go further.
Okay.
He never backs down from anything.
Coach?
It was just last week we had him competing against some high school athletes at the under 15 trials. Yeah, and he did well in the high jump, and he did well in the long jump also. So we knew he could go far. He jumped 1.45 last week also. And he improved on that one.
Coach, we'll talk again.
Yeah, man.
So the event on the track, this is the boys' time to take center stage. And this is heat number 1, boys 400 meters. This is under 15. And heat number 1 showcases Wright of St. Mary, Slowly of Clarendon, James of Manchester, Cunningham, Kingston, Edwards of St. James, Campbell of St. Catherine, and you have Leaf Ledford from Portland. So it's cruising around the man from St. James, Edwards, in full white. You may ask the question, what represents St. James? They're an angel. They're angelic. They're running in full white. With about 90 meters to go, St. James in the lead. On the outside of St. James from St. Catherine is Campbell. He's in second. And in third is Cunningham of Kingston. That's the top 3 for this first heat in the under 15 boys 400 meters. So it's Edwards of St. James cruising towards the line. On the outside, Campbell can't catch. 59.75 seconds. This for Edwards of St. James ahead of Campbell of St. Catherine and Cunningham of Kingston. 59.75 is the flash time. The official time not on the board just as yet, but 59.75 seconds is certainly the flash time on the cards for heat number 1, boys under 15 400 meters. Now see, we take a break here from the National Stadium. Heat number 2, the boys under 15 400 meters. Smith in lane 2. Ballin from St. Thomas in 3. Priestley from St. Catherine in 4. Brown of St. Mary in 5. Campbell, Manchester in 6. Bailey, St. Andrew in 7. Martin of St. Anne in lane 8. Well, Martin goes out well on the inside of Martin. from Manchester, Campbell in the yellow shorts, and Priestley from St. Catherine in the red shorts. Priestley from St. Catherine has reeled in Campbell on his outside and now makes a move on Martin of St. Anne. Now with about 200 meters to go, slowing down somewhat, Priestley of St. Catherine based on the stagger. He has the advantage. He knows he's in full control, gaining an automatic spot with a victory here this afternoon. So Priestley of St. Catherine with about a 7-meter lead. I could have called it a country mile, but we're not in the country at the present time, but the lead is there by Priestley. He leads by about 10 or 12 meters. This young man from St. Catherine leading somewhat with about 10 or 12 meters. Priestley, no, did I say 10 or 12? Maybe 15 or 17. Try to come through for second, but Priestley takes it 104.43 seconds. And Brown tried to come through for second at 104.43 is the flash time for Priestley. And the official time not on the board just as yet. But Brown was sneaking through for second ahead of Campbell of Manchester. 104.43 is the flash time. That is heat number 2. The boys under 15, 400 meters. 104.43 seconds. For Priestley, still no official time on the board. I'm hoping it will come extremely or very soon. 104.47 seconds for Priestley. Brown is second, 105.93. And Martin is third, 106.75. First, second, and third. That's in heat number 2, the boys under 15, 400 meters. JTA is Sagicor National Athletic Championship. Heat 3 on the cards. Under 15 boys, 400 meters. You have Orgill from St. Thomas in 8, Morgan of St. James in 7, Edward St. Elizabeth in 6. You have Gordon of Hanover in 5, Merles from Westmoreland in 4, and Richards from Trelawney in 3, Gordon of Kingston in lane 2. Gordon of Kingston now makes his move and now surpasses Richards, Morales, and Gordon on his outside, but trying to reel in the young man from St. Elizabeth and Morgan from St. James on the outside. Oh, we spoke about this young man from Kingston, Gordon. He's in lane 2. Powerful runner. He will carry the field in the home stretch. He has been motoring on the back stretch, motoring around the bend, and he's motoring home. He's all alone, Gordon of Kingston. On the outside from St. Elizabeth is Edwards. He is first and second we're talking about, but certainly in a commanding position in lane 2. It's all about Gordon of Kingston. He will take the section, heat number 3. Stopping the clock at 1 minute 00.57 seconds. Coming through for second from the breadbasket parish, St. Elizabeth is Edwards. 1:00.57 is the flash time for Gordon of Kingston. 1:00.57. The official time not on the board just as yet. This is heat number 3 in the boys under 15, 400 meters. Gordon's time now on the board, 1:00.56 for Gordon. Edwards is second, 1:03.54. He is from St. Elizabeth. Finishing third, it was close, but first and second, Morales came through for third, 1:04.49 seconds. He is from Westmoreland. JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships, the 38th edition. Athletes standing behind their blocks. Instructed to go on their marks. Heat 4 showcases in the under 15 boys division is 400 meters. Chisholm in 2 from St. Anne in the light blue shorts. Clark of St. Elizabeth in that purple shorts. Salke Hanover, he's in 4. Griffiths of Westmoreland in 6. Carter from St. Andrew in 6. Griffiths in 5. Parkinson from Trelawney in 7. And Tullow from Portland is in lane 8. And he goes out extremely hard though. Young man from Portland in that grey shorts. Also moving well on the inside. Looks like Clark. Clark in that light purple shorts from St. Elizabeth. Cruising around based on the stagger, having a major advantage, not as light, but a major advantage somewhat. Chisholm of St. Anne, he's at the back of the pack, but the young man Clark of St. Elizabeth in lane 3, cruising around. And I said cruise though, but he has upped the ante somewhat more so than a cruise. He's sailing around. He has about a 45-meter lead on Tullow from Portland on the outside, who slows up. But coming through in that second spot is Carter from St. Andrew. But way out in front is Clark of St. Elizabeth. Goes across the line, 59.03 seconds, goes on the 1 minute. 59.03. He had a lot in store. And coming through for second, this from St. Andrew was Carter. But 59.03 is the flash time for Clark of St. Elizabeth. Breadbasket Parish coming to life on this Friday afternoon. 59.03 will be rounded up or rounded down. Well, it's rounded up. 58.98. So it's rounded down. 58.98 seconds for Clark. Carter is second, 104.05. And Carter is from St. Andrew. And Chisholm is third. Chisholm representing St. Anne. So after about 2 finals, St. Elizabeth, in terms of the points tally, I'll give you a rundown. Well, St. Elizabeth, and I know someone should be happy by hearing this because he may not hear this position in points tomorrow at this time. But they lead by 21 points. St. Catherine is second on 13 points. Manchester, they're third on 12 points. So to Kingston, they have 12 points. St. Thomas, they have 11 points. St. Anne, they're sixth with 11 points. Portland, seventh with 9 points. Clarendon, they have 8 points. And Westmoreland, they have 7 points. St. Mary, 3 points under their belts. St. Andrew with 2 points. Hanover and St. James both having a point apiece, while Trelawney, they're yet to get a point. And just as St. Elizabeth getting their 21 points for the women's shot put and women's ball throw. So the shot put is under 15, the ball throw under 9, and the men's high jump events. So 3 finals completed, getting 21 points. St. Elizabeth in the lead at the present time from 3 finals played. in the house though. He says he's a coach though. I've been told that he's a coach, right? So I have to just go by that though. I know him pretty well, but he says he's a coach from Manchester. Kadian, how you doing, man?
I'm not too bad, you know. I'm here enjoying the championships thus far. Here as the parish coordinator for Manchester. It is indeed a pleasure for me. I mean, as a past athlete coming through the ranks, coming through the system here, it is indeed a pleasure for me to represent Manchester as a parish.
Before we go to being a coordinator though, but first and foremost, how have your athletes been doing in this championship?
Thus far, we have been doing pretty well. So far, we're through to a few finals. Our under the 1200 meter open boys, Kevin Palmer and Rashawn Grant did extremely well this morning in the 1200 meter heats. So we're looking for great things from Kevin Palmer in the 1200 meter finals tomorrow.
What about the 400 meters? I've been told that you had a lot of qualifiers in that event. I don't know if that's true or not, or someone that's been a little bit not being honest.
No, yes. I mean, we have been in the lower class, under 13. We are through to the final as well. I mean, we have some other youngsters who are doing extremely well. Our under 80 meter boys are through to the final. They look extremely well. Our under 13 boys as well, they look extremely well going into the 100 meter final.
As the parish coordinator though, to be honest, what's your role in that capacity?
All right, so my role as a parish coordinator, first we have to deal with the teachers. I mean, we coordinate the teachers event, the netball, football, and as well. So, and then we move to the youngsters who are the future of tomorrow. Or at least we start with the DA meets, and then from the DA meets we have our...
Let me stop here. Everybody else start with the DA meet. We're not going to the full name. I said district. What's the DA?
So it's a district association, JTA district association, where the number of schools in our parish, we have about 6 days. That the district association that caters for all the primary schools within the parish, and from there they are selected to represent at the parish championship that was held at Manchester High School, where we select our athletes to come to represent us at the national final.
How does one become a parish coordinator?
To be true, my parish president, Mrs. Bruce Reed, she was the one who approached me in taking up this tough, a lot of work. This mantle, and which I indeed accepted. So, as I said, as a coordinator, it's a lot of work. Hats off to all the other coaches as well, who ensure that our athletes are prepared well enough to represent Manchester at this year's JTA Sagicor Track and Field Championship.
One final question, though, for you, though, to be honest, because we have to take a break and come back at 2:33. Is that what? How well do you think your parish will do at this year's championship?
From day one, we said that we at least want to finish in the top 5. So far, I'm hoping that we can finish in the top 3.
He's all hopes, but he has a plan for top 5. Let's see what happens tomorrow, though. But kudos to you. Great work you're doing in your parish, though, and with your team. And let's see what happens at the end of the championship.
I thank you. And once again, I want to big up the parish president, Mrs. Bruce Reed, along with all my coaching staff who assisted me in ensuring that we are here at the championship.
Big up to you.
Thank you much.
And that's Kadian Fleming. We'll be back in a very short while to bring you more from the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from track and field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. TrackAlerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Johan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail.com.
Stay with Truck Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
concerned, the sports text interruptions, but it's a sponsored event on the date happens every now and again. But the fact of the matter is, we have a special young lady by the name of Jada K. Pitt. Actually, why is she looking at me like that? From St. Andrew. Come closer to me. Come closer. Come closer to you. Because you got it on two elements. So, Jada K, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Not as good as you, my dearest. Not as good as you. You're a top competitor. You're the queen last year, overall champion. You competed on under 9 last year, under 9 category. You garnered the most points, more than everybody. Gained a scholarship, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about this year's performance. So you're in what category this year? Under 11?
Yes.
So how are you doing so far this year, this season?
Not so well as last year, but I'm trying.
You're trying? You sound so shy. A while ago, you're very talkative. so no, you're not so talkative. You get so shy on thing. But what event you have done so far in this championship?
The 100 meters.
How was it?
Not so well.
Not so well, like how it dominated last year, because the first year in under 11 category. That's how it goes sometimes. What other event you have left for the day?
The 200 meters, and I'm supposed to have my relay to do.
That's great, though. So how's the championship been in terms of your expectations? I know you're a little bit disappointed with the 100. I mean, what were you hoping for the championship?
I hope it goes as well as last year.
You hope it goes as well as last year. Last year we didn't win everything, and Dominator was overall champion of the meet. I mean, I understand you. So you hope that will be the case for this year?
Yes.
How has training been for this year for you and your coach?
Fantastic.
Fantastic? That has been fantastic? Why has it been fantastic?
I've been training to...
She start getting nervous now. All of a sudden, she start getting nervous now. But it's okay. It's okay, Jenna K. It's okay. But nevertheless, it's okay, Jenna K. It's okay. So nevertheless, as you said, but you're nervous, but you're going to do your next event, so I won't keep you long though. But good luck to you and your coach for the rest of the championship. Good luck to you for today in the 200 meters. I'll be cheering you on.
Thank you.
And what you remembered from last year with the commentary?
She's large and in charge.
That's last year, but maybe next year. But congratulations on getting the recipient of that scholarship. But guess what? We'll catch up with you later on. Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. There, the special Jada K. Pitt, competing in the under 9 category last year. She was the queen because she gathered most of the points, and she was the overall champion last year and reigned supreme. But this year, though, moving in the under 11 category, she's young in that division, so she won't be dominating as she dominated last year. But they do, that Sagicor has a scholarship, a 5-year scholarship for the overall champion. Yeah, for boys and girls, they have a 5-year scholarship to say, okay, for high school, yeah, they must spend money. Yeah. On the athletes. So if you win that, you get a 5-year scholarship to any school that you attend. So that's a great initiative for Sagicor. So that's it for the present time. JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. We'll be back very soon with more we have in store. Advertise on our live streaming on Track Alert's social media pages, which provides the most prominent online viewership from tracker to field meets in Jamaica. Your products will be seen by our large audience in Jamaica, the diaspora, and across the world. Book your spot in our live stream for a very small introductory fee. Call or text us at 876-893-4157. or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
10.29 seconds for Johan Blake. An impressive run.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Hosting a function or event? Want it to be streamed live on Facebook, YouTube, or Zoom? iView 365 can help you. We specialize in sporting events, stage shows, funerals, concerts, conferences, church services, graduations, and many more. Call or text us at 876-893-4157 or email anthonyfoss@gmail.com. That's ANTHONYFOS@gmail.com.
Stay with Track Alerts TV by clicking the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to make sure you get all our races, interviews, and exclusive content. And don't forget to like, comment, and share.
This is heat one of the under 9 girls. Young lady on the outside in the red shorts pouring home from St. Catherine. 22 on the clock, 25.04 seconds. The 150 meters under 9. This is girls, the first heat on the cards. So Gale of St. Catherine, 25.03. Blanchard finishing in second, 25.22 seconds. Blanchard from St. Thomas. And Francis in third, 25.30. From St. Elizabeth. Heat 2 coming up, 150 meters. Lindsay of St. Andrew in 2. James, St. Catherine in 3. Masters, Clarendon in 4. You have Edwards of Trelawney in 5. Davis, St. Anne in 6. McFarlane from Westmoreland in 7. And Williams in lane 8. She is from Manchester. This is heat number 2, 150 meters under 9 girls. Just a reminder. In terms of the color coding, God had sent them away. This is the second heat on the cards. The girls under 9, 150 meters, cruising around the bend. It looks to be James of St. Catherine. On the outside of James from Kingston, or should I say from Clarendon, is Masters. But moving away, look from Trelawney is Edwards. So Edwards of Trelawney is just alongside the St. Anne's Davis. Is going to be Edwards of Trelawney ahead of Davis of St. Anne. 24.07 seconds. That is a flash time for Edwards of Trelawney. And Davis coming through for second. 24.07 is the official time for Edwards of Trelawney. Davis is second from St. Anne. 24.58 seconds. Well, coming around the bend, the shorts looked black. That's why I said Kingston. But seems like I was seeing doubles. Heat number 3 is next up. Turner from St. James is in 2. Laws Hanover in 3. Roberts St. Anne in 4. You have James of St. Mary in 5. Kirkpatrick of Kingston in 6. You have Comrie from St. Thomas in 7. Hall from Manchester is in lane 8. So the 8 competitors, or should I say 7, there's no one in lane 1 in terms of the lineup. Manchester's Hall in 8, St. Thomas's Comrie in 7, Kirkpatrick of Kingston in 6, in 5, it's St. Mary, James, and the grey shorts, St. Mary. More so brown than grey. So Watt is the champion of the high jump on the girls' side. As the 150 meters under 9 on the girls' side is the next event on the track. This is heat 3 of 4. Taking their time to start this heat, the penultimate, the 38th staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships. So some news coming in from the Diamond League in Paris. Won the Diamond League. World record for Faith Kipyegon in the 5,000 meters. 40 minutes 05.20 in the Paris Diamond League. So congratulations to Kipyegon. Excellent athlete. Outstanding athlete. From 15 to 5,000. That's her range. So the discus under 15, sorry, shot put, pardon me, under 15. And cricket ball throw is happening simultaneous. High jump completed for boys and girls on the day. We'll give you an updated point standings. And next, at the end of the 150 meters for girls. So the athletes are on their marks. This is the third heat on the cards. Heat number 3. This is the girls 150 meters. And coming around the bend, though, from St. Andrew is Lindsay. But coming through from Kingston is Kirkpatrick. Kirkpatrick with about a 5-meter lead over Lindsay in lane 1. But Kirkpatrick in the black shorts will go across the line, winning heat number 3. And coming through in second looks to be like is Lindsay, while third, it was close for Roberts of St. Anne. Third, 24.38 seconds. That is the flash time. And for Kirkpatrick of Kingston, 24.38 is the official time. Lindsay from St. Andrew is second, 25.58. And Roberts came through for third, 25.80. Roberts is from St. Anne. So the fourth heat coming up. The girls under 9, 150 meters. Carby in 2, Dobbs in 3, Reed in 4 from Trelawney, Elliott in 5, in 6 is Tomlin, in 7 is Heaven from Westmoreland, in 8 you have Thompson from St. Andrew. But out in front from Kingston is Dobbs with a major advantage, but on the outside is Thompson of St. Andrew. So Dobbs of Kingston, Thompson of St. Andrew trying to come through is Reed of Trelawney, but it will be the young lady Dobbs of Kingston who takes it ahead of Reed of Trelawney. Also was there as Thompson of St. Andrew. The flash time is 24.88 seconds. Under 9, 150 meters is at heat 4. Dobbs' official time is 24.88. Thompson is second, 24.93 seconds for Thompson. And in third, it was close. Reed came through for third, 25.00 seconds. Was close for second between Thompson and Reed. Thompson got the nod. No time for the boys. So the boys taking center stage in the first heat in the under 9 category. This is the 150 meters trying to come through now. It is Reed. On the outside is Burke of Portland. So Reed and Portland, maybe Burke got it in the end over Reed. 23.51 seconds for Burke of Portland over Reed. That's in my head. And Reed of Kingston in the black shirt is Burke who got it, 23.48. Reed is second, 23.57, and Williams third, 23.75. That's heats 1 of 4, 150 boys. Under 9, second heat coming up. Small of St. Catherine in 2, White of Kingston in 3, Campbell, Westmoreland in 4, Williams of Portland in 5, Cuff from St. Elizabeth, he's in 6. Foster of St. James in 7, and Dixon of Hanover is in lane 8. And the gun has sent them off, and they're coming around the bend, cruising around the bend. And looks like Cuff from St. Elizabeth is going strong. Cuff of St. Elizabeth trying to come through for second. It looks to be like it's Small of St. Catherine, and 23.84 seconds is for Cuff. So Small of St. Catherine coming through for second, but Cuff's time is 23.83, and Small for St. Catherine came through for second, 23.83 for Cuff. Small's time is 24.65 seconds. Key 3 coming up. Davis of St. Thomas in 2, McCoy, St. Anne in 3, Wright of Clarendon in 4, Salmon of St. Catherine 5, White of St. Andrew 6, Webb Manchester in 7, and Brown of Westmoreland in lane 8. On the 9 boys, 150 meters, heat 3 of 4. We had a lengthy delay on the girls' side after 2 races were completed, 2 heats were completed. Now 2 heats have been completed on the boys' side. Let's see if a delay will happen. Are they smooth and go through? Athletes on their marks. Great start for Webb of Manchester. He's in lane 7. He has gone past Brown of Westmoreland on his outside. The little dynamo Webb of Manchester. He carries the field in the home stretch. He's motoring away from the field, but on the inside of Webb is White of St. Andrew. He can't reel him in because this man who is stepping hard is Webb of Manchester. He will take it, stops the clock, 23.28 seconds. In second is White of St. Andrew, but 23.28 is the flash time. This for Webb of Manchester, 23.32 seconds for Webb. White is second, 24.11. He's from St. Andrew. And Wright is third, 25.50 seconds from Clarendon. So first, second, and third on the 9 boys, 150 meters. The 4th heat coming up. In lane 2, you have Osborne from St. Thomas. In 3, Price of Clarendon. In 4, Roden, St. Mary. In 5, Green of Manchester. In 6, Carlet, St. Anne. In 7, Carter, St. Andrew. And in lane 8, Dugan from Trelawney. The final 150 meters qualifiers on the opening day. Athletes are standing before their blocks now on their marks. Osborne, Price, Roden, Green, Scarlett, Carter, and Dugan. Started not happy. Asking the athletes to just stand, coming out of their stance and going back on their marks. Heat 4. Gunn has set them away. Great start for Carter of St. Andrew. Has gone by Dugan on his outside and trying to carry the field in the home stretch. Carter of St. Andrew ahead of Green of Manchester on the inside. Green trying to sneak through ahead of Carter. They're bunched together. It is Green and Carter. Carter on the outside and Green on the inside in the yellow vest or yellow shorts. It's a blanket finish between the two. Green of Manchester in that yellow shorts and Carter of St. Andrew in the green shorts on the outside. It's going to be close. 23.32 is the flash time. Carter of St. Andrew, he gets the win. 23.33. Green is second, 23.35. And Scarlett is third, 24.27 seconds for Scarlett. He is from St. Anne. So this is the first heat on the cards on the 11 girls 200 meters. Blake of St. Catherine is moving well on the inside. From Kingston is Howard, but moving well from Howard, it looks to be Graham of St. Thomas. Graham of St. Thomas having a slight advantage with about 30 meters to go. It is Graham of St. Thomas ahead of Howard of Kingston, first and second, and 30.14 seconds on the clock. Away. And in lane 2 is Dyer of Clarendon. Fisher of Manchester is there in 3. Smith of St. Mary also there. But in lane 7, Reed of St. Elizabeth having a major advantage carrying the field in the home stretch. She's moving away from the rest of the field. Reed of St. Elizabeth. McPherson of St. Thomas is also in the mix. Smith of St. Mary is there. But it's all about Reed of St. Elizabeth in this section. Heat number 2, 29.62 seconds. And the girls on the 11. This is a 200 meters. That is the flash time for this young lady. 29.62 seconds for Reed. And let's look at the board for the official time to come on the board. Reed's official time at 29.70 seconds. McPherson is second, 31.07, and 2 seconds behind. And in third, we'll tell you in a very short while. Fisher is third, 31.54 seconds. First, second, and a third. Heat 3 is next in the 200 meters. So we have a special guest, we said before. Mr. Harris, a special good day to you. I know you're busy, so we're going to talk to you for a short while. How are you, sir?
Not bad at all.
Wait, so not bad?
Not bad at all. We should have been doing much better, but you know what it is, it's track and field.
Who are we? Let's talk about we. Who are we? Let's go to we. We who?
St. Andrew.
You are the defending champion, I should say. You won 2018, 2019. There was no championship 2020, 2021. But you're 3 on the trot. We mentioned it earlier. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. I don't know where St. Andrew is, but let's go back to the track. I'm going to ask you 2 questions before we let you go here this afternoon as we're getting ready for heat number 3. Richards of St. Anne in 2. You have Pitt of St. Andrew in 3. You heard from her earlier. Briscoe from Clarendon in 4. Gale of Trelawney. She's in 5. Durham from Hanover in 6. Wright of St. Elizabeth in 7. And also Riding from Westmoreland in lane 8. God has sent them off, and Wright of St. Elizabeth is moving well. This is heat number 3 on the cards. Oh, she goes by Riney. That is Kendra Wright, having a slight advantage on the inside of Wright, though. Looks to be Gale of Trelawney. That is the top 2. Is trying to sneak through is Richards of St. Anne on the inside. She has sneaked in that second position. Can she sneak and go to the top? Now, Wright of St. Elizabeth is in the lead. With about 20 meters to go, Wright still holding off the challenge of Richards. And I think, though, that it was close between the two, whether Richards on the inside or Wright on the outside. Richards may have gone through and taken it, and waiting on the official results on the board. 30.46 seconds is the flash time for both, and it's going to be Wright taking it from St. Elizabeth ahead of Richards of St. Anne. Now I'm with the man who runs the St. Andrew team, the defending champions, and here a while ago, 3-time. Yeah, but well, not the 4th. Not what's happening this year?
We have had a lot of major things that have hampered our preparation.
Tell us one, man. You can't honestly leave it like that up in the air.
For one, our preparation was hampered by, we didn't get a lot of time together as a team. Only 2 training sessions. and also a lot of teams, a lot of dominant schools that or feeder schools are actually away today on at Miami Classics.
Oh, they've gone to the Miami Classic, so you have lost that aspect of it, though. So I don't know. That must have hurt you somewhat.
Yes, it has impacted our team immensely. You know, normally we'll be in the lead, especially in the field events. We're always dominant indoors, and after 4 events, we're all just on 2 points.
Wow. I don't know what I can tell you. I can pray for you, though. Well, the best I can tell you, though. But final question, though. Expectations at the end of the championship. What are your expectations with all that has surrounded their team?
Okay, so with all that has happened, you know, we are St. Andrew, and we are expected to bounce back. I'm not sure, I'm not confident at this time if we're going to win, but we'll be doing our best, and at the end of the day, we'll be in the top 3.
Time will tell on that, though. You take care. We'll see what happens. Keeping my fingers crossed for your team.
All right, thank you very much.
They have Sir Harris Mambrak, to be honest, as coming through. But guess what? We take a break here from the National Stadium. Quickly. So we decided not to take the break as a 4th heat coming up on the cards. So Brown in 2, Wilkes in 3, Erickson 4, Brissett in 5, Brooks in 6, Porter 7, and Nemad in 8. Fourth and final heat.
So making a start of the 100 girls 200 meters, heat number 4. In the meantime, make some noise here.
So not missing any action whatsoever. Bleak conditions once again, as we had earlier this morning. The sun came out all in its glory. Come on, Brown. St. Andrew in 1. Jada Wilkes, Kingston in 3. And Brown is in 2, not 1. Erickson, St. James in 4. Brissett, Hanover in 5. Brooks of St. Anne in 6. Porter, St. Catherine in 7. Nema, Trelawney in 8. Athletes on their marks. And God has sent them off at a confusion with Nemhard from Trelawney in lane 8. Now realizing that the race had gone off. Well, Porter from St. Catherine in 7 in that red shorts will carry the field in the home stretch. Brooks on our inside from St. Anne. But you have to now look in lane 2 for Kamoy Brown of St. Andrew. She's trying to sneak through for that number 1 position. But on the outside, it is none other than the young lady Porter. Porter with the lead over Brown of St. Andrew. So Porter takes the head of Brown, 30.64 seconds. She has some support in the stands. That's Porter of St. Catherine in that red shorts, 30.64 seconds in this section. This is heat 4 in the girls under 11 200 meters, 30.66 seconds for Porter. That is the official time. Brown is second, 31.20, and in third is Brooks, 31.58. So the under 11 boys, 200 meter. This is heat number 1. Coming around the bend. On the inside, the young man from Manchester. Looks to be Thomas. Thomas with a slight advantage, holding his own with about 50 meters to go. Still Thomas doing well. And Andrews from St. Mary. He has slipped into that second position, but Thomas is falling over. Andrews is coming hard. Andrews may have taken it ahead of Thomas to win this section. Heat number 1, 30.30 seconds. So heat number 2 coming up on the boys' side. Under 11, 200 meters. Jordan Brissett from St. Andrew in 2. You have Simmons of Kingston in 3. Norris Portland in 4. McPherson Hanover in 5. Lewis of Westmoreland in 6. Reed of St. Elizabeth in 7. And in 8, you have Gunnis of St. Catherine. Athletes on their marks. It's a clean start, brilliant start for Lewis of Westmoreland. But on the outside of Lewis is Reed of St. Elizabeth. The young man, Shaquan Reed, has looked explosive coming around the bend. So Shaquan Reed on the outside, trying to sneak through in that second position is Brissett of St. Andrew. But Shaquan Reed, what a performance from this young man from the Breadbasket Parish so far. He's extending his lead in heat number 2 in under 11 boys 200 meters. He stops the clock at 28.45 seconds for Shaquan Reed. In second should be Brissett of St. Andrew coming through, but 28.45 is the flash time. 28.46 seconds the official time for Reed. Coming through for second is Brissett, 28.46. That's impressive. Brissett is second, 30.37 seconds, and Norris is third, 30.77. So Fenton Gillette from St. James is in 2. O'Keefe White of Trelawney in 3. Michael Tyson from St. Thomas in 4. Devontae Barrows, St. Anne in 5. Sharian Richards from Clarendon in 6. Nathaniel Roden from St. Catherine in 7. And Damish Edwards from St. Elizabeth is in lane 8. Athletes on their marks. Gunn has sent them away. Great start for Roden of St. Catherine, who has gained on Edwards on his outside. He's pulling well, also moving well on the inside. Looks to be White, but moving around, coming around in time in the top position is Tyson of St. Thomas. He's right there, but he falls in second because in front right now from St. Catherine is Roden. Roden holding off the duo on the outside, Edwards, and on the inside in lane 4 is Tyson. Tyson sneaking in that second position. Tyson coming through and may have gotten it on the line. Mr. Tyson ahead of Roden of St. Catherine. 29.43 seconds. That's the flash time. Tyson on the inside, Roden on the outside. That was close. Richards. That's incorrect. Tyson and Roden. Well, the board has Richards. So Roden coming through on top, though. The winner. And Tyson second. In that regard. So the next heat coming up, heat number 4. Under 11, 200 meters. Dakers in 2. Powell from Clarendon in 3. Dixon from Trelawney in 4. Lewis of St. Anne in 5. Dean of St. Thomas in 6. Donalds, St. Mary in 7. Wilson, Manchester in lane 8. Conrad sent them away. Manchester's Wilson having a slight advantage. Trying to come through from St. Anne is Lewis, who's in the middle of the pack. He is in lane 5. He cruised around the young man from St. Anne from the Garden Parish. Zondane Lewis in the lead and striding away from the duo behind. The man from St. Andrew Dakers and Wilson from Manchester is all about St. Anne's Lewis. He will take the final heat. The boys under 11, 200 meters. He stops the clock at 29.83 seconds. That is the flash time. This is heat number 4, 200 meters. Oh my word, 29.84 is the official time for Lewis. Wilson is second, 30.78 seconds. And in third, Dakers is third, 30.81. So McDonald of St. Thomas coming through, and Daly of Westmoreland is there. So coming through to take the top spot is McDonald of St. Thomas, getting the better of Daly of Westmoreland in this first heat. As we see a light drizzle coming over the grounds here. And my good friend, Mr. Stephen Brown, who had said that whenever this meet is held, it keeps off the rain. Not this year at all. Well, that was the first heat. Light showers though. That's okay. Heat 2 will be coming up. Under 13 girls. Smith of Hanover in 2. Morgan of Manchester in 3. Walton Westmoreland in 4. You have Foster from St. Catherine in 5. Salmon of Portland in 6. And Constable Kingston in 7. And Grant from St. Thomas in lane 8. So athletes are on their marks. No, not on their marks. Are standing ahead of their blocks. So the athletes are coming around the bend, and this on the girls' side. This is heat number 2. Under 13. Trying to come through this in lane 6 is Salmon of Portland. Salmon coming through and moving away from the rest of the field. The Constable of Kingston is struggling. And also Grant. But Salmon of Portland takes it 28.78 seconds. That is a flash time for Salmon. Girls under 13. Heat number 2, 200 meters. 28.77 for Salmon. Good performance from her. The light showers over the grounds here at the National Stadium. And getting ready for the next heat, heat number 3, the penultimate. So the next event on track, heat number 3, the penultimate heat in the girls under 13 200 meters. Gun has set them away. Needham from St. James in lane 8 with Samuels of St. Andrew in 7. She has passed Needham with about 120 meters to go. This young lady from St. Andrew will carry the field in the home stretch. Needham is in lane 8, but Samuels of St. Andrew having the advantage. Trying to come through, trying to sneak through on the inside is Chin of Trelawney. But the young lady Samuels of St. Andrew, she will take the top spot in this heat. 27.24 seconds. In second is Brianna Chin of Trelawney. That is a flash time. This for Samuels of St. Andrew. 27.24. The official time is 27.25 seconds. Brianna Chin finishes in second. 28.29 seconds. And Clark is third. 29.34. You have Nelson from Kingston in 4, James of St. Anne in 5, Alves in 6 from St. Catherine, Lewis of Clarendon in 7, and Clark of St. Andrew in lane 8. Gunn has sent them away. Great start for Clark of St. Andrew. She is in lane 8 and she's extending that lead on the inside. Trying to come through from St. Anne is James, but coming around the bend, carrying the field in the home stretch. Oh, poor movement from Clark. She went way on the outside. However, she has settled and she's still in front with about 40 meters to go. It is all about Clark. All alone. She's powering. She's motoring. Oh, she's moving. 25.58 seconds. But I think that will be adjusted because the clock stopped before she went across the line. 25.58 seconds. That is the flash time for this young lady competing from lane 8 for St. Andrew. And you can see now 26.90 seconds. This for Clark of St. Andrew coming through for second. Is the fourth and final heat in the girls under 13 200 meters. 28.67, pardon me, and Lewis is third, 28.72. First, second, and third. James is fourth, 29.31 seconds. We have another special guest beside me, Colin Spence, who is a liaison officer, and although being the liaison officer, though, he is the, and that's the head cook and bottle watcher. No. He's a meat organizer. I'm not going to go there because he has a lot of help on his hands. So I'm going to take off the headset because I want to make everybody hear him and what he has to say. Because this is interesting, though, to be honest, because to organize a meet like this, this must be something difficult to do.
Well, it's very challenging, but we have good help. Our sponsors, our main sponsor, and Sagicor Foundation, they are very helpful. And the workhorse of our committee, the sports coordinators, we depend significantly on the work and worth of our parish coordinators, and we have 14 of them. right? So we want to big them up. They have a team, because how we organize it, we divide Jamaica into 78 districts. So let us take a parish like St. Catherine. So we'll divide St. Catherine into 8 districts. So we'll have Portmore, all the schools in Portmore. That's one district. And they will have their individual runoff at school, pick their best athletes, and then meet at the district and have a sports. From that, they'll pick their best 80, and they'll compete against the best 80 from Spanish Town, from Linstead, from Olaba, from Upper St. John, from Guysill.
I want to hold that point there because they're telling us some valuable information. This on the boys' side, this is heat number 1. You have McIntosh, Anderson, Jones, Hencood, Thomas Stevenson, and Knight. Hencood won his heat in the 100 meters earlier on. He is representing Kingston. He's in front. He's moving away from the rest of the field. St. Catherine's Thomas is right alongside him, but Hencood is cruising home and takes this heat 25.39 seconds. Had a glance though on Thomas on his outside. Don't know what that's all about, but guess what? It's all about competition happening here. But you were saying before we went to the race.
Yeah, so we were just trying to explain how we break down the country to get the best from the nook and cranny, because we are aware that some of the smaller schools, they don't have the wherewithal to compete in the other competitions that are out there. So we leave nothing to chance. But we would not be able to do this without sponsors. And that's why we have always said that the marriage between the JTA and Sagicor Foundation is one that we hope will last forever. Because not only does Sagicor give money, Sagicor, what they do, if you look around now, you will see them doing a lot of heavy lifting. They schedule their employees to be here with the children because they understand that it's about Jamaica. And they appreciate that it's not only about giving from a distance, but they must also immerse themselves. So you will see them ensuring that the parishes have adequate hydration fluid. They will ensure that the nutrition that we provide for them, that they reach the children. And so we appreciate them. And in this appreciation,
hold on before you you hold on with the marriage now. Who you hold on with the marriage? Let's go back to the track. Wilson from St. Thomas is to Buchanan, Smith, Roach, McCoy, Gibbs, and Lawson coming around the bend. Lawson from Trelawney on the inside. Gibbs of Kingston, that's the top 2, but you have to look for Buchanan in the green shorts on the inside, start to sneak through to take that top spot. But Gibbs of Kingston, he has now dropped in the second position because Buchanan of St. Andrew has taken over and will win this heat, the second heat of 4 in the boys under 13 200 meters on the cards. So it is certainly a good run on the day, 25.98.
Yeah, so we every opportunity that we get, we have to mention our sponsors because they make it possible. Because just to explain the work that goes into this, we don't leave anything to chance. So for example, we have 1,100 athletes here. We provide gear for them. We bus them. We put them up for overnight. And we ensure that they have competent chaperones with them. So it's an awesome task, but we understand if we are serious about doing what we know, our mandate is to identify talent so that these, as I normally term them, diamonds in the rough. And you know, with any good mineral, it has to be polished. And we are aware through this medium that the coaches, if you look around, you will see coaches from the high schools, and they're here to identify those diamonds in the rough. And it may mean that they may not even win, but they know how to spot talent. Continue.
Well, guess what? Talent continues here. Got Livingston trying to come through. He's from Portland. He is in lane 7. On the inside of Livingston is Beckford of St. James. But looking well in the middle of the pack is Wigan of Manchester. Wigan of Manchester is striding away from everyone. Oh, what a performance from this young man. He bounces over the line. Stops the clock at 26.23 seconds for Wigan of Manchester. His first name is Ajan Kenil Wigan. 26.23 seconds for Wigan of of Manchester. He bounces and bounces home in heat number 3. 26.26 seconds. With a performance like that, he may be labeled as a favorite. White is second, 27.57. And in third is Williams, 27.75 seconds. After seeing a performance like that, you must be happy.
Indeed. Talent, and diamond in the rough. And we were saying just to make Jamaica appreciate what we do. So they will see, for example, the Clayton sisters, and they will see them representing an eminent school in Clarendon. But these children from they were 8 would have been running in maroon for Westmoreland. They will see Boaji is not new to purple. We may call it lavender. But he would, as an 8-year-old, was representing St. Elizabeth, Oblique, Seville, from the Blue Mountain district, way up in the hills, would have represented St. Thomas. He did not win. He did not even make it to the finals. But Homewood saw something in him and took him and started the polishing. And then what? Calabar added to that. And now he's with Sir Mills, the doctor. So that's what we're about. Unearthing talent so that Jamaica will benefit. Because we are about brand Jamaica. We are about ensuring that Jamaica remains as the sprint capital of the world.
Next event on the track, this is heat number 4, the boys under 13, 200 meters. Now it is Manchester's Copeland who is in front and motoring on around the bend. Copeland with about a 2-meter lead on the entire field, but trying to sneak through from St. Anne is Minot. Minot trying to come through. On the outside is Copeland. On the inside is Minot. Minot from St. Anne has taken over and will win. On the inside from St. Andrew is Parker. Parker may have come through for second, and coming through for third is Copeland. But the winner, no doubt, is Minot of St. Anne. 26.49 seconds is the flash time. Minot's time is 26.52 seconds. Parker coming through on the inside for St. Andrew for 26.81, and Copeland on the outside in third, 26.86 seconds. First, second, and third in that fourth and final section, a final heat under 13 boys. Pardon me, why would I call them girls? But in terms of this year's preparation, last year's was difficult coming from the 2-year hiatus. This year was a little bit easier.
It's never easy, to be honest.
Easier.
But as again, we have a good team, and we try to manage some of the challenges as best as we can. We had some challenges this morning, but God has been good to us in terms of the weather, and we are grateful because elsewhere in Jamaica, they have torrential rain, and we have been blessed. And it tells us that the Creator is pleased with what we are doing, and we should continue His work.
Thank you very much for speaking to us. You continue your work. I know you're a busy man, and continue the great work. Let me put great in front of it. The great work that you're doing with the youngsters.
As I said, it's a team effort. National Sports Committee and Sagicor Foundation, they are integral to what we do, and we are grateful.
So the action continues, as you just heard from Colin Spence, liaison officer and the meet director. Young lady coming through, and we'll take it though, stopping the clock at 29.97 seconds. 29.97 is the flash time, and the official time not on the board just as yet. But 29.97 for Deacon, 29.99 the official time for Deacon. As on the 15 girls, 200 meters. Sabrina Smith of Kingston trying to carry the field in the home stretch. McIntosh from St. James in the full white. Trying to take over though, but I don't think she will. But it's going to be close though as I head towards the line. And athlete coming on the outside trying to steal the show, but the show will not be stolen. 30.11 seconds. That is the flash time. 30.11. 30.12 the official time for Smith. And Watkins finishing in second on the outside, 30.25. She's from Portland. And McIntosh coming through from St. James, 30.48 seconds in third. Athletes on their marks. On the 15, 200 meters on the cars, JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championship, the 38th edition. And this is heat number 3 in the under 15 girls category. And the young lady from St. Andrew in lane 8 coming around on the outside. So Brittany O'Brien of St. Thomas also there. So Lewis of St. Andrew. But on the inside, the young lady from Westmoreland, Johnson, 28.00 seconds. That is the flash time. This is the penultimate heat in the girls under 15 category. Robinson coming through, 28.01. And Edwards is second, 28.60. And Lewis is third, 28.61. Some results coming through from the Diamond League in Paris. Latoya Gould clocking 158.23, a season's best. Finishing third in that 800 meters. Keely Hodgkinson of Great Britain winning with a time of 155.77, personal best, national record. Young lady from Great Britain says, guess what? She means business this year. She did an interview 2 days ago, or a day ago, saying, hey, she's coming out with a bang. And that she did. Candice McLeod clocked 50.80 seconds, a season's best in the 400 meters, finishing 6th. That event from a Jamaican standpoint. But good going from Candice McLeod, though, has not been looking herself, clocking 51 seconds. Has changed camps. So the final heat on the 15 girls. Young lady from St. Catherine. So Galloway from St. Catherine carrying the field in the home stretch. So the young lady from Westmoreland on the inside. So here comes the young lady from Westmoreland and pulls ahead of Galloway. And will take it. Stops the clock at 28.71 seconds. That is the flash time in the final heat on the 15 category. 200 meters taking center stage in bleak conditions at the National Stadium. On the 15 boys, 200 meters, Lambert of Manchester out in front of the inside. Looks like Chantelope of Kingston. Chantelope of Kingston taking over from Lambert of Manchester. But Chantelope slowing up with about 30 meters to go. Chantelope striding away, stops the clock, 25.32 seconds for Chantelope ahead of Lambert of Manchester. Chantelope representing this Kingston. 25.32 seconds is the flash time, the official time. 25.34. Lambert is second, 25.91. And Wilkins third, 27.33. So Graham of St. James in 2, Price, Manchester in 3, you have Main of St. Anne in 4, Mackenzie in 5 from Trelawney, Tullow from Portland in 6, Sutherland from Kingston in 7, and Bodley from Clarendon in lane 8. And it's a clean start for the heat number 2 on the 15 boys, 200 meters, getting out well. It's Sutherland, but on the inside of Sutherland is Mackenzie from Trelawney. But going well too on the inside looks like Price of Manchester. Price of Manchester has taken full control with about 60 meters to go. But going well also is Toller. But Price of Manchester trying to hold off the crowd, trying to hold off Mackenzie. And it will be Price of Manchester. And going across the line, second is Mackenzie, but Price of Manchester, he takes it, 26.64 seconds for Price, ahead of Mackenzie of Trelawney. 26.64 is the flash time. Official time not on the board just yet. Price times 26.65 seconds, and second it should be Mackenzie. 26.664 Mackenzie. Badley is third, 27.74. So heat number 3 is the next event on the track. And as I say though, be a part of the Track Alert family. If you have not been a part of the Track Alert family, you need to come on board though. Subscribe. Like and share. Thank you for being a part of the family. If you have not subscribed before, you can press the subscribe button. If you have, leave it alone. You don't want to be unsubscribed though, to be honest. So going back on the track, the penultimate heat on the 15 boys, 200 meters. Daly in 2, Harris from St. Thomas in 3, Daly's from Trelawney. Edwards St. Elizabeth in 4, you have Finney from Westmoreland in 5, or in 6, pardon me. And in 7, you have Clearly from St. Mary, and Byfield from St. Andrew in 8. Byfield gets out well, but on the inside, Clearly of St. Mary has gone left him. Clearly, what a run the first 80 meters. Clearly looks across to his right-hand side. Here comes once more Byfield. Byfield says, hey, you're not going anywhere. I'm reeling you in. But Clearly has a different story to tell. He bounces home. He's in full control, and he will take the penultimate heat. The boys on the 15 200 meters stops the clock at 27.25 seconds. Byfield finishes in second. And Harris, I think, finishes in third. 27.25 seconds. This for Clearly from St. Mary. In second is Byfield from St. Andrew. Clearly's official time is 27.25. Byfield is second, 28.39. And Finley is third, 28.69 seconds. Finley is from Westmoreland. So the final heat coming up. In the 200 meters, boys under 15. So Matt Bean from St. Mary in 3, Johnson, Westmoreland in 4, Blair, New Hanover in 6, Finley from St. Catherine in 7, and Balin from St. Thomas in 8. Heat number 4. .200 meters. We're seeing on the 9 150 meters the qualifiers. So only 4 competitors in this event. So from St. Catherine is Finley. Finley was impressive, and it will be labeled as a favorite, though did not run the 100 meters. He is impressive in both. Finley now sprints away from the field. Sprints away from Blair, from Hanover. But Finley is a huge talent, has not lost all season. 25.50 seconds for Finley. He's from St. Catherine. Was looking out for him in the 100. Did not run the 100. Just ran the 200. 25.50 seconds for Finley. That is the flash time. Official time 25.50. Blair is second at 26.42 for Blair. Matt Bean is third, 27.25 seconds. So that's it for the 200 meters, the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships. More events to come on this first of 2 days. 800 meters on the 15 girls and on the 15 boys. Then we have the sprint medley relay, and then we close out the opening day. So on the 15, 800 meters, and then the sprint medley, and then that's it for the opening day. Then we'll give you the point standings before we close out. 800 meters, the first heat of 3. So heat 1 on the cards. Warren of Portland, you have Coombs of St. Catherine, Lewis of Westmoreland, Compass St. Andrew, Walters of Trelawney, Hall of St. Thomas, Richards of Manchester, and Blair of Clarendon. Sinclair of Hanover, there 9 were listed, but 8 in control. Young lady from Manchester, Richards having the lead. 1 lap to go, about 300 meters to go. So St. Andrews Compass is in second. That is the top 2 at the present time. Richards still maintaining the lead though, about 8-meter lead over Compass in second, with about 210 meters to go to close out the first heat of 3. But the young lady Compass is cutting the deficit somewhat. But Richards, knowing what she has to do, staying in front over Compass. With 80 and 90 meters to go, Richards still there. Here comes Compass once again. So Richards stepping up somewhat, so too Compass. Compass cutting the deficit with about 60 meters to go. Richards still motoring on, and Compass striding out, trying to get that number 1 spot, but it will be Richards of Manchester taking the top spot, and Compass St. Andrew finishing in second. And Warren of Portland in third, 2:41.75 seconds to win the first heat. 2:41.75. That is the flash time. More athletes are coming in. First heat of 3 in the under 15 girls 800 meters. Second heat coming up. So heat number 2, the girls under 15 800 meters, lands in 1 from Kingston, Grant from Westmoreland in 2, Anderson from St. James in 3. You have Blair from St. Anne in 4. In 5, you have Kelly of St. Thomas. In 6, Harrison of St. Mary. In 7, St. Elizabeth Pinnock. In 8, you have Campbell of Manchester and Castillo of Hanover. The top 2 at the present time. But Lyons of Kingston has gone in front. She's that little dynamo, isn't she? She's 4 foot nothing, and she's gathering momentum on the backstretch. Remember, it's a 2-lap event. And going through in that second position is Pinnock from St. Elizabeth. She's on the chase. Hitting the 200 meters mark. Lance of Kingston out in front. Followed closely by Pinnock of St. Elizabeth. That's the top two. Pinnock of St. Elizabeth with overhaul her right now and go around her on the outside. So Pinnock of St. Elizabeth having the lead, going now on the front stretch. The first lap of 2 in the girls under 800 meters. So Pinnock extending her lead over Lance, who seems like she has run out of gas. She's in second. Coming through for third. The young lady from St. James, that's Anderson, moving in that third spot with 1:13 on the clock for the time for that first lap. Pinnock of St. Elizabeth from the Breadbasket Parish is in full control. St. Anne's Blair is in second. And in third from St. James is Anderson. That is the top 3. Young lady from Kingston Lions is in 4th. And from Manchester, in 5th is Campbell. But going back to the top of the pack, the young lady from St. Elizabeth. We're talking about Pinnock, still leading the charge. She has about a 45-meter lead. Can you extend it, though, over the Garden Parish's Blair? That is the top 2. So Pinnock of St. Elizabeth in this second heat. She's in full control, on cruise control you may call it. She now heads into the home stretch. Front has turned into home. Pinnock of St. Elizabeth in front and in total control. In second is Blair of St. Anne. That is the top 2. So with about 50 meters to go to close out the second heat of the girls under 800 meters. It is all about Pinnock. First name Davish. Davish Pinnock taking the top spot in this heat, 236.60. And coming through for second from St. Anne is Cassia Blair. And she goes across the line, 2:48. So Kelly from St. Thomas came through for third. And from Westmoreland is Grant for fourth. And Manchester's Campbell is right behind. The clock continues though because more athletes are coming in for the completion of the heat number 2 and completion of the second lap of heat number 2. Girls under 800 meters run. Next event on the track will be heat 3. That's the final heat on the cards. So heat number 3 coming up. Dina K. Pinnock from St. Andrew in 1. Wilby of St. Anne in 2. Golding Clarendon in 3. Clark of St. James in 4. Frey of Trelawney in 5. Greaves of St. Catherine in 6. You have Shamika Williams of Kingston in 7. Torian Jones from St. Elizabeth in 8. You have Wesley from Portland in 9. And seeing Wesley from Portland. She is in lane 8, Wesley. And Henry from St. Mary. Also there in lane 8. Both are in lane 8. Wesley and Henry. So James Jones and Williams are in 7. So the light purple is Jones, that's St. Elizabeth, and the black shorts represent Kingston, that's Williams. They're in 7. Both athletes are in 7. So brown and grey represents Portland and St. Mary respectively. Going out well. Looks to be St. Elizabeth. Jones gets out well. She's leading, carrying on the backstretch. On the inside, though, from St. Andrew, looks to be Pinnock. Pinnock has gone into that 3rd position. Looks pretty relaxed in that 3rd position. Then from St. Catherine, Greaves in 4th. But changed that position, though, from 4th to 3rd. Greaves has slipped into that 3rd position. Now going back to the top of the pack, Jones of St. Elizabeth in full control. Looks pretty strong on this opening lap. And she's extending her lead, coming on the front stretch. So Jones of St. Elizabeth with about a 35-meter lead on the field. And the young lady trying to come through from St. Catherine. That's Greaves got in that 2nd position. They've all bunched together though, but not to forget about Pinnock of St. Andrew in that green shorts. Now she's taking over in that 2nd position. With 1 lap to go, 1:15 seconds on the clock. Jones from St. Elizabeth still maintaining a 35-meter lead over St. Andrew's Pinnock, who is in 2nd. Well, change that from Pinnock and let's go to St. Anne's Wilby. Wilby has gone into that 2nd position in that light blue shorts representing St. Anne. But on the backstretch for the final time, St. Elizabeth Jones still with a 35-meter lead. Wilby of St. Anne is in 2nd. In 3rd is Pinnock of St. Andrew. That is the top 3 at the present time. This is the 3rd and final heat in the girls on a 15,800 meters run. Out in front, it's all about St. Elizabeth Jones with 200 meters to go, still maintaining that 35-40 meter lead. The move is now being made by Pinnock of St. Andrew, want to overtake Wilby of St. Anne for that 2nd spot. Still the lead, 35-40 meters by the young lady from St. Elizabeth Jones. But it is all Jones. She has led from the front. And Cedric tried to carry it home, and I think she'll do just that with about 60 meters to go. In 2nd, though, from St. Anne is Wilby, and moving away from 3rd place, Pinnock from St. Andrew at the time. That is the top 3 as we stand, but going over the line in the top position from St. Elizabeth is Jones. She takes heat 3, stopping the clock at 2:39.41, and in 2nd is Wilby of St. Anne, and finishing in 3rd is Pinnock of St. Andrew. That is the top 3. And it looks to be in 4th is Portland's Wesley. And in 5th from St. Catherine is Greaves. Coming up, Clarendon. From Clarendon is Golding. And then from Kingston, in that black shorts, is Williams. So orange shorts represents Clarendon. Black shorts is Kingston. Full white is St. James. And you have the brown shorts coming through from St. Mary Henry. So the brown shorts is St. Mary. Athlete just coming in. She started off in lane 8 though, right alongside Wesley of Portland. So St. Mary's Henry will close off the girls on the 15,800 meters. So now it's time for the boys. Heat 1. Parchment in 1. He's from Hanover. In 2, Gallimore of Trelawney. In 3, you have Barrett of St. James. 4, you have Smith of St. Mary. St. Elizabeth Morgan is in 5. Palmer of Manchester 6. Sadaka from Westmoreland in 7. Byfield St. Thomas in 8. And Burnett from St. Anne is in lane 9. And we speak about Burnett. Burnett goes in front of Manchester's Palmer. That is the top 2. So Burnett of St. Anne holding that lead on the back stretch, but wanting to move into that top position was Palmer of Manchester. He settled in second in that yellow shorts, has cutting the deficit somewhat. But Burnett of St. Anne having a lead, about a 3 or 4 meter lead. In third is from Westmoreland is Sadaka. He's off the pace somewhat. But moving ahead, out in front from St. Anne is Burnett. On the outside of Burnett from Manchester is Palmer. That is the top 2. And in third from Westmoreland is Palmer. But he's way off the pace. It's a bell lap. 106 for the first lap. This boy's under 15, 800 meter. This is the first heat of 3. Now the move is being made by this man from Manchester. That's Palmer. Palmer makes the move, goes to the front. And he makes it look so easy. So Palmer is moving away from Burnett and extending his lead somewhat. Burnett of St. Anne is trailing somewhat, but Palmer of Manchester is pouring away with 200 meters to go. Still Palmer. He had a 10-meter lead. Caddy Coach along with me. He has increased it somewhat with every step that he has taken. From 10 meters to 10 to 12 to 14 to 15 to 25 to 30 meters. The man called Palmer from Manchester is moving away from St. Anne's Burnett, who sits in second. But they're coming quite quickly, and he must be careful though, Burnett of St. Anne. But no one, I think, will be able to catch Palmer of Manchester with about 40 meters to go. But the pack is motoring on and trying to reeling the young man. And he's been warned somewhat. The St. Anne man, Burnett, he goes in second, 2:34.78 on the clock for Burnett, who finishes in second. But it was Palmer from Manchester who won the first heat of 3. Boys under 15, 800 meters. 2:34.78 is the flash time. As all the other athletes coming through from St. James is Barrett. Barrett coming in. And from Hanover is Parchment. Parchment now comes over the line. His purple shorts. First heat of 3. The boys under 15, 800 meters, 2:27.38 seconds for Palmer. In second is Burnett, 2:34.78 for Burnett. And in third, officially, 2:27.38, 2:34.78, Palmer and Burnett respectively. Third not on the board just yet in terms of time. Officially. Has 2 more heats to come on the boys' side. So the next heat on the cards, heat number 2. On the 15, 800 meters. Howell of St. Andrew in 1. Scott of St. Catherine in 2. Chambers of St. Mary in 3. You have Deans of Portland in 4. Miller of Clarendon in 5. Cousins of St. Anne in 6. Parchment Kingston in 7. And Ramsey of Westmoreland in 8. So Austin should have been there. of St. James. Austin of St. James is in 8. And Ramsey of Westmoreland is in 7. So looking to see Parchment of Kingston is also there. Cousins of St. Anne is missing in action. So Cousins of St. Anne, because we have 9 competitors. Some more athletes are coming around for the respective medley. In lane 1, you have Maxwell from St. Andrew. In 2, Scott of St. Catherine. In 3, Chambers of St. Mary. In 4, Deans of Portland. In 5, Miller of Clarendon. In 6, should have been Cousins of St. Anne, missing in action. Parchment of Kingston in 7. Ramsey Westmoreland in 8. And Austin of St. James in lane 9. Medal presentations going on the cycle track. Heat number 2 for the 800 meters about to get on the way. 3 heats on the boys' side, 800 meters. Then you have the medley to close out the opening day of action. A lot of action we've seen on the track, starting with the 1200 meters earlier this morning. After the 1200 meters, you have the 80 meters and the 100 meters. Then they change gears somewhat with the 400 meters, and then you have the 150 meters and the 200 meters. And in terms of the field, they have the high jump for boys and girls, and the shot put, and also the cricket ball throw, or should I say the ball throw. Maxwell, Scott, Chambers, Deans, Miller, Parchment, and Ramsey. It's the start of the second heat. The boys on the 800 meters. Moving well on the inside. Looks like Maxwell of St. Andrew. On his outside is Scott of St. Catherine. That's the top 2 coming around that first bend of 4. It's 800 meters. So the young man Maxwell of St. Andrew has left Scott of St. Catherine behind. That is a top 2. Cruising along. Now coming across the young man from St. James. It's cutting across. That's Austin in that 3rd position. Also from St. Catherine, Scott is there. Scott in that 2nd position. No, change that 2nd to 1st. And they've gone past Maxwell of St. Andrew. So Scott of St. Catherine, who goes now into the front stretch with about 100 meters to close out the first lap. It's been passed somewhat. A lot of juggling going on there. Austin of St. James as the back of the pack. So it looks to me now the man from Westmoreland, that's Ramsey, has gone in front. Right ahead of St. Catherine Scott. That is the top 2. They're trying to leave Maxwell of St. Andrew behind. 1 lap to go. 1:12 for the first lap of 2. This is the second heat of 3. It's all about the 800 meters under 15. The man from Westmoreland is trying to lead the field somewhat. That's John Ramsey. He's trying to extend his lead, but now he's been passed by Maxwell of St. Andrew. So Maxwell goes back in front. He goes ahead of the young man from the Westmoreland, to be exact, Ramsey. Also making a move is Scott of St. Catherine. He also goes by Ramsey of Westmoreland. Now he also makes his move and it goes by Maxwell. So Shamir Scott of St. Catherine, he's in the lead with about 200 meters to go. He has a 3-meter lead on St. Andrews Maxwell. But moving in that 2nd position is Ramsey of Westmoreland. All 3 are bunched together. With now Scott having a 5-meter lead, extending his lead. Coming once again is Maxwell of St. Andrew. He's in 2nd. Now he's gone in 1st. He looks to his left with about 70 meters to go. It's going to battle to the end between Maxwell and Scott. Maxwell on the outside, Scott on the inside, but Maxwell having a slight advantage with 40 meters to go. The young man from St. Andrew is holding on the challenge, but not too far, because here comes Scott and he goes across the line. Scott takes it 2:31.34 seconds. That is Scott taking the top spot, 2:31.34 for Scott. This is he too. of the boys. This is 800 meters. Scott takes it, and it was a ding-dong battle between the two, between Scott and Maxwell. However, Scott of St. Catherine, he came forward to take that top spot in Heat 2 of the boys on the 15 800 meters run. 2:52.66 is the flash time, and you have 3 minutes. The clock continues to rock and roll on this glorious, glorious Friday afternoon. A lot more action left on the opening day in this regard. As we told you before, we have guests upon guests upon guests as we get ready for another race that is Section 3. So Section 3 coming up. But in the meantime, we have another special guest. You know, we have a guest over and over again. It's a special opportunity, special place, special happenings. Everything special about this. And we are joined by Miss Campbell. I don't want to say Rejani. Rejani. See, that's the thing. Rejani. Yeah. Oh my word. Oh my word. You know, I like the lady, the names back in the day. Jill, Pat, Sue. A little bit difficult these days, though. Rajani Campbell is with us, managing of the group corporate communications at Sagicor Group. Going to have a quick word with her in a very short while. She's a special guest as Rajani. I don't want to stress too much on that. Rajan. Okay. So the headset over my ears, I can't hear properly. Rajan. Okay. See, they're beating me up all left and right, for pronunciation in here, what am I tell you? But that's okay. Jean Campbell. The next event on the track is the 800 meters. This is under 15. This is the third section, or the third heat on the cards. And this is Lena Simons here. You have Cunningham from Kingston in 1. He's there. You have Clark of St. Elizabeth in 2. Crawford of Portland in 3. Dennett of Hanover in 4. Nicholas of Manchester in 5. You have Segree from St. Catherine in 6. Thomas of St. Thomas in 7. Robinson from Trelawney is in lane 8 alongside Wallace of Clarendon. Clarendon wearing that orange shorts alongside Robinson from Trelawney in the brown shorts. So 9 facing the starter in the third heat in the boys under 15 800 meters run. And right away we see the young man from Clarendon. Wallace goes out strong. In the middle of the pack, though, you have to look on Nicholas from Manchester and Bennett from Hanover. Also there, but is a little dynamo, you may call him, from Clarendon, Wallace. But sneaking through, though, you have to look. And Dennett of Hanover sneaks in that second position. There is a top 2 at the present time. They've completed the first 200 meters. This 800 meters run. A wonderful happening, a wonderful day of activities in terms of the 1200 meters, the start of proceedings. We had the 80 meters, the 150 meters, the 200 meters, also the high jump. The 400 meters took center stage at one point. We had the throws, we had the shot put. Oh, non-stop action from this morning, about 10:15 till now. And it's still continuing, and it's free to enter. Yes, it is here at the National Stadium. But going in the front of the pack on the front stretch, like Cunningham from Kingston. He has a slight advantage, though, to be honest. And looking on the pack, looking left and right, though, is Cunningham. And it's like slipping in that second position. Looks like St. Catherine Segree. Right there from St. Elizabeth. I know my good friend should be smiling when he sees Mr. Clark from St. Elizabeth. He is falling into that second spot. That's Clark. And trailing somewhat the leader, Cunningham, with about 300 meters to go. Only 310 to be exact. And on the inside is Cunningham. On the outside is Clark. That is the top 2 as they bunch together on the back stretch. So Cunningham and Clark. Thomas lurking behind from St. Thomas. So Thomas from St. Thomas is in third. But in at the front of the pack is Cunningham on the inside and Clark from St. Elizabeth on the outside. Now Clark has gone in front, gone ahead of Cunningham. Cunningham was off balance, almost lost, almost went on his face, but he has actually resurrected, you may call it, and he's trailing somewhat and trailing Clark of St. Elizabeth with about 90 meters to go. The young man, the man they call Clark, diminutive is Clark, but he's certainly pouring away, showing his strength on the day. He's going to win heat number 3 in the boys under 15 800 meters run is O'Brien Clark of St. Elizabeth. He will take the top spot. Coming through for second should be Cunningham of Kingston. And going for the third position is going to be Thomas of St. Thomas. He's on the outside. Yes, he does. He gets that third position. And we're going to talk to our special guest on the day. So, I don't want to get beaten again, so let me just go my best behavior. So I was speaking to Miss Campbell. And special good afternoon to you. No, it's all right.
Hi, good afternoon.
Are you enjoying the day? I saw you from this morning, though. Are you enjoying the day?
Yes, it's been an exciting morning. It has been a great afternoon. It was just a few showers, but I mean, the kids have been out here performing at some top quality this year. I'm very excited to see them.
Were you worried at any point, though, when you saw the rain coming? And you said, oh, my word, wonder if the rain got still long. Were you worried at any point?
No, I'm not. I wasn't worried at all because, in truth, yes, we need the rain and everything. We need the rain in Kingston, but the truth is, the children have been preparing for this. The track is one of those safe tracks to run on in the rain. As long as there's no lightning and torrential downpour, then we should be fine. And it held up pretty quickly. It happened during lunch, and we were off again. So it was a good little break, so the kids could cool down in the afternoon.
Group Corporate Communications at Sagicor. Now, what is that title? What does a title mean, though? I mean, another person may be listening in or watching and said, what that mean? What you do?
Well, I'm responsible for the communications for Sagicor Group Jamaica. That is all the traditional media, all the digital and social media. So in a nutshell, all the communication channels.
And what's happening today that you have a radio station here, you have streaming going on, and I saw some persons wearing the Sagicor uniform that they're doing social media also.
Yes, so Sagicor is a partner with the Jamaica Teachers Association for the National Athletic Championships, and this is the 38th staging of the championships, and we have been a partner for 34 of those 38 years, and as a result, we are very invested in being here with the JTA, working alongside them. We have Sagicor team members who are volunteering today and tomorrow. They're the ones in these lovely blue shirts that you see me in, and so you will notice them everywhere throughout the stadium, because volunteerism is a big part of Sagicor's culture. Giving back is a big part of our credo, and the Sagicor Foundation, as a major sponsor, our pool of volunteers is very integrated with the JTA to ensure that this meet comes off well.
And that I would believe, to be honest. 34 years? Not 35, not 33, about 34 years. Why sticking? Because you don't, no, I'm going to be honest, you don't normally see a sponsor sticking with an event or an individual for that long, unless it's Usain Bolt and you're Puma. And you're making a lot of money for Puma, so you stick with it for life. Or Michael Jordan and also Nike. Right. Otherwise, from that, you don't normally see that.
Well, to be honest, this is of the same kind of value to us, like Usain Bolt and Puma, or Michael Jordan and Nike, because this is where it all starts. This Jamaica is known as the sprint capital of the world, and the truth is that before Usain Bolt was the Usain Bolt, he had to have come from somewhere. And these primary national championships is sometimes where a lot of our stars get their their first taste of the track and competition on this kind of scale. So after all the primary schools would have done their inter-parish competitions, then the best of the best from across all the parishes would come together and represent their parish at the national championships. So the reason why we do it and we stick with it is because of the value, the long-term value. It's a long-term investment in sports in Jamaica. And the Sagicor Foundation, for Sagicor Foundation, one of the major things that we invest in is sports, along with health and education, but it's definitely for youth development. And so it's a big part of who we are and what we do and what we support. So you might not find that you have a lot of big name sponsors, but we're here and we've been here and we will continue to be here.
But that's unique because normally when you have a track meet, there's a wagon that parks outside that if any athlete that performs extremely well, the wagon gets filled. And that's the time the sponsors come on when you see the athlete becomes big. So there's also a wagon parked outside waiting for the other sponsors to come on board when the athlete gets big. You don't normally see a sponsor that's there in the routes, in the channels, assisting, helping for years. Maybe they did for 1 or 2 years, but for years. That's unique.
And Sagicor is unique in this way because our support for the Jamaica Teachers Association is what led to the support for the championships. The JTA, as you can imagine, is very invested in our children and ensuring not just the education is secured and shored up for our children, but also that their sporting activities and the length and breadth of their exposure to a number of things can be supported. And so when we came on board, even before our name was Sagicor, when we came on board with it in mind that it would be a long-term partnership with the JTA. We have, over the years, seen quite a number of Jamaican stars rise through the ranks from these championships, starting here. Some of them ran barefoot on these tracks many years ago. Some of them are still running barefoot on these tracks now, but the Usain Bolts, the Shelley and Fraser Prices, the Clayton Twins, the Boagie and Krumes, the oblique civils. This is where they get their start, and somebody has to be there to support them, to ensure that their growth is assured, that the continuity and the support for them is assured at this level, or else they wouldn't make it to the next level. So before the hype of the girls and boys champs, before the hype of collegiate levels, before the hype of pro athleticism, this is vital to us maintaining that kind of support for our children and their activities.
I'm glad she said hype. She said hype of boys and girls champs, the hype that surrounds everything. But there's no hype here. And what she said, she's absolutely correct, because I've been here for a couple of years and I've seen it in terms of the athletes, and it makes me feel old. The athletes you watch at this age are now becoming professional. He said, oh my word, I've been in this work too long. The fact is, now, the final question I want to pose to you now, if there's anything that could be improved or anything that you could change, or what would you change or improve or build upon?
To be honest, what I would love to see, and we see it more and more every year, but we want to see more of it, is more people in the stands, more media houses calling me to say, how can I support? Can I be a part of this? I'd love to see Jamaicans come out and support their parishes. I would love to see us supporting our children, because our children, they are the future of sports in Jamaica. And when we are so proud of them when they're grown, we want them to feel that all the way through. So, yeah, that's the one thing that I would change. I would make sure that everybody was trying to knock down the gate to get in here, and every peanut man could be outside because the lines are so long. And yeah, man, that's what I want for this games.
And that's your dream.
That's my dream. That's my objective.
Thank you very much for speaking to us this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Continue the great work you're doing, though. You guys are doing. As we go back to the track, as The relay continues. The medley relay continues though. So the final leg on the time to the medley relay. So look on the team. Westmoreland are in third. Westmoreland now in third. They moved into that second position, but St. Elizabeth, they're out in front. St. Elizabeth out in front, followed by Westmoreland, who is in that second position. That's the top two at the present time. St. Catherine, who are they're in fifth. They wanted to make their run. They've gone in fourth. But it's all about St. Elizabeth that will stop the clock at 2:03.15 seconds in this medley relay. And coming through for Westmoreland and St. Catherine, I may think have come through for third. So first, second, and third, 2:03.15 seconds on the clock. That is a flash time for St. Elizabeth in this first heat. So 2:03.15 is the flash time. The official time not on the board just as yet. So 2:03.16 for St. Elizabeth. Westmoreland in second, 2:07.33 seconds. And St. Catherine in third, 2:08.52 seconds. They got it right on the line. St. Catherine coming from fifth to fourth to third. Trelawney was pipped. They moved down in fourth, Trelawney, because St. Catherine, the athlete from St. Catherine who ran the anchor, was superb. So in heat two, in lane two, you have St. James in lane two. In three, you have Kingston. In four, St. Andrew. In five, St. Mary. In six, St. Anne. In seven, Hanover. And in eight, you have Manchester. Those are the 8 teams that are down to take part in heat number two. This is all about qualifying for the final tomorrow. 800 meter sprint medley relay. So what we're having here is they were at the wrong position, because if it is that the first leg is a 100 meter, you can't give it the stagger like you're running a 4x4. It makes no sense. I mean, the first leg would not be a 100 meters. So the stagger that was given before was incorrect. So they're making the adjustments now. If that first leg is a 100 meters, it has to be given, the stagger has to be given like a 4x1, not a 4x4. So the mistake was made, but the correction is being done right now. So that is where they were wrong. The stagger that was given was a 4x4 stagger, not a 4x1, because the first leg is a 100, the second leg is a 100, the third leg is a 200 meters, and the final leg is a 400 meters. So they're making the adjustments for the start of this event. That's why it took some time to start. So St. James, they're in two. They were full white, St. James. Just a reminder, a person is just coming on. Kingston in the black shorts in 3. St. Andrew, they're in the green shorts in 4. In 5, St. Mary in the brown shorts. In 6, you have St. Anne in the blue shorts. In 7, Hanover in the purple shorts, heavy purple though. And in lane 8, you have Manchester in that yellow shorts. That separates these athletes on the track right now. I'm glad the adjustments were made, because if the stagger was the same though, those athletes would not be running 100 meters for the first leg. So we've heard from a lot of individuals from JTA and Sagicor today, just speaking about respective things or respective happenings. As the athletes still standing behind their blocks. And let's see now. Hopefully they can make the adjustments. And they're actually moving the blocks for persons who want the blocks. It's an open event though, to be honest. So first leg 100, second leg another 100, third leg 200. And the final leg is a 400 meters. So St. Elizabeth, they won that first leg, first heat, that first leg. And now it seems like they're ready. So again, St. James in 2, Kingston in 3, St. Andrew in 4, St. Mary in 5. You have St. Anne in 6, Hanover in 7, and in lane 8 you have Manchester in that yellow shorts. Athletes started not yet on his rostrum though. Hopefully he'll be there very soon. Point standings will give you again. Now in 13th position you have St. Mary with 3 points. In 12th Hanover, they have 7 points. In 11th Westmoreland with 9 points. In 10th you have St. James with 11 points. In 9th Clarendon, they have 14 points, same as St. Andrew, they have 14 points. In 7th you have Manchester with 15 points. In 6th is St. Anne with 16 points. In 5th, St. Thomas, they have 17 points. In 4th, St. Catherine with 21 points. In 3rd, Portland with 25 points. In 2nd, you have Kingston with 28 points. And in 1st, St. Elizabeth with 42 points. So St. Elizabeth holding strong. You heard from the defending champions and the coach of the defending champions unit, St. Andrew, stating that their team is not as strong as they won last year, and they won 2019 and 2018. A reminder, there was no competition back in 2020 and 2021. So the athletes in the set position, and the gun has sent them away. The start of the girls' medley relay, 800 meters on the cards. This is the second heat on the cards. Sprint medley on the girls' side. Now out in front, Manchester, there on the yellow vest for St. Andrew, now coming to the fold on the second leg and passing St. Anne on their outside. So Manchester, though, trying to hand over the baton, but it is St. Andrew who hands over the baton in the top position. They're in the green shorts, coming around the bend. Remember, this is the penultimate leg, and this leg is at 200 meters. They have now about a 5 or 7 meter lead on the inside. It looks like Kingston, that black shorts. But on the outside is Manchester. But the young lady from St. Andrew extending their lead in this penultimate leg on this penultimate run. So certainly, it's all about this St. Andrew team. The final legs are 400 meters. They hand over the baton. Manchester is second. St. Anne is there in third. Kingston, there fourth. That is a top four. But change it somewhat. Hanover wants to tell their tale. They want to tell it in a good way. But on the back stretch, Manchester, they've gone by St. Andrew. And collect runner for Manchester goes by St. Andrew, extending the lead. She goes by the entrance of the marathon tunnel. The lead has now gone into a 10-meter deficit. It is all about Manchester. Now, St. Andrew has feeling the pinch, has now turned on the throttles. And that 10-meter lead has cut severely, now to a half a meter lead. St. Andrew on the outside and Manchester on the inside. Now with about 90 meters to go, it is St. Andrew with about a 5-meter lead, leaving Manchester behind. St. James have gone into third, but no one can stop this young lady running the anchor with 40 meters to go from St. Andrew. She will take this heat for her team. St. Andrew, they will take the top spot in this heat over Manchester in second. And St. James in third, 205.34 seconds. She stops the clock. And Manchester second, followed by St. James in the third, 205.34. Looks like Kingston finishing in fourth, 205.34 seconds. And collect running from Kingston falls over. Let go of the baton. And hopefully she's okay, though. Short time medical coming across, making sure that she's okay. 205.34 seconds is the flash time, as the boys will be coming on the track very soon to close out the day's proceedings. 205.34, the official time not on the board just as yet. JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships, the 38th edition, happening at the National Stadium. It's on the grounds of Independence Park Limited. And after it's been attended to, the boys are getting ready to come on the track for their first heat of two in the medley relay 800 meters sprint medley. And I'm glad that they corrected the stagger for this event, having the run stagger on. So the next event on the track is a sprint medley relay coming on for box number 2. Athletes already on the track, not for box number 1. So the next event on the track is a medley relay. It's different for the boys and the girls. So it was 1, 1, 2, then 4, but we're going to the 1600 meters medley relay for the boys. The 1600 meters medley relay for the boys. We have 2 heats to close out the day's proceedings. For the girls, it was 800 meters. For the boys, it's 1600. So St. Andrew in the green shorts. Here comes Manchester on this first leg, the 400 meters. Manchester has gone by St. Andrew like they were not there. So Manchester with a commanding lead heading into the front stretch. So St. Andrew in second at the present time. They are in lane 7. And try to come through though from St. Elizabeth in that second spot. The young man running with a cast on his left hand. But he's doing the job for St. Elizabeth. Manchester hands over the baton in number 1 position, followed by St. Elizabeth. And then St. Andrew on the inside is Clarendon. So this is the first heat of 2. Now this leg is the 200 meters. So the athletes have to go around, go by the cones, and cut over. That they're doing at the present time. So it is Manchester out in front, St. Elizabeth in second, Clarendon in third, St. Andrew they're in fourth. But no, they've gone into third. They've gone by Clarendon like they were not there. Now it's all about Manchester, then St. Elizabeth, St. Andrew and Clarendon. That is the top 4. Cruising around into the front stretch once again. Trelawney, they're in 5th. Followed by St. James in 6th. That is the top 6. Still Manchester. Here comes St. Elizabeth once again. Caught in the deficit for St. Andrew, then Clarendon. And then you have Trelawney. The final leg is supposed to be an 800 meters, not 4. So let's see what happens here. Manchester out in front. St. Elizabeth in second. St. Andrew in third, Clarendon in fourth, Hanover in 5th, followed by St. James in 6th. First of 2 heats, the boys open 1600 meters medley relay. 2 laps around the track for the final leg. Still Manchester maintaining the number 1 position with about a 45 meter lead over St. Elizabeth. However, in third is St. Andrew. They've caught the deficit somewhat, and they're reeling them in. Behind St. Andrew is Clarendon. So the athlete from St. Elizabeth is almost crawling on the track, on the front stretch. Maybe he's measuring his pace and awaiting to make his run. But 1 lap to go with 3:09 on the clock. The young man from Manchester is still pouring along. Can he keep it up? Can he maintain that pace? St. Andrew in second, Clarendon in third, St. Elizabeth in fourth, followed by Hanover. And then you have also St. James. So with about 300 meters to go, or 275 meters to go, the anchor leg runner from school called Manchester out in front, not school, but out in front. In second, you have St. Andrew. And then Clarendon in third. St. Elizabeth in fourth. And they're gone into third. They're past Clarendon with 150 meters to go. With about 90 meters to go. Manchester still in front. St. Andrews coming like a runaway train. He's not realizing that the lead has been cut. But here comes St. Elizabeth. And they're now running down Manchester. He was waving and hailing, but he will go across first. Manchester, then St. Elizabeth, followed by St. Andrew. That is the top 3. 4:34.22 seconds. That is the flash time. 4:34.22. So that is the first of two heats. That was exciting, though, from St. Elizabeth. Heat number 2 coming up. Special interview with Lasagna Harris. I had to cut away, though, with Mr. Drummond having some technical issues. We'll have a word with her tomorrow in our booth. So the final event on the day one, the second heat of the sprint medley relay. So athletes went into their respective blocks. St. Catherine in 5, Kingston in 3, St. Anne in lane 8, St. Thomas in 2. So the gun has sent them off for the final heat. On the cards, the first leg is a 400 meters. Westmoreland going well on the back stretch, leaving St. Catherine behind. St. Anne being swallowed up somewhat on the outside. But feeling the presence, though, they've realized that they have to step it up a gear. That's what they're doing, St. Anne. So coming around into the front stretch, St. Anne, the Garden Parish coming through. St. Catherine, who are sitting at the back of the pack. So St. Catherine, who is sitting at the back of the pack, have taken full control from this first leg and hands over the baton in the top position. Kingston is in second, Westmoreland in third, St. Anne in fourth. That is the top 4. The second leg is at 200 meters. But St. Catherine in full control on this back stretch. Kingston in second, Westmoreland in third, and St. Anne in fourth. St. Catherine telling the tale that they don't want to lose this affair. On this penultimate leg, another 200 meters run. Then you go to the 800 meters to close off the show. So it's all about St. Catherine in full pursuit, in full control. Pursuit of happiness, pursuit of taking the number 1 spot. 1:57 on the cards. Kingston in second, St. Anne in third, Westmoreland in fourth, then in fifth. 2:09 on the clock. 2 laps to complete. St. Thomas in fifth. We see Kingston, they're gone in front. Looking on his coach, though, youngster was going hard a while ago. I think he was stopped by his coach to relax. It's a 2-lap event, or 2-lap leg. So Kingston in front, followed by St. Catherine in second, St. Anne in third, Westmoreland in fourth, and St. Thomas, they're sitting in fifth. As we go around to close out the opening day proceedings of this JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championship, the 38th edition. Well, still Kingston in front, St. Catherine, they've caught the deficit somewhat. They're leading by about 15 or 20 meters. Lead has now dwindled down to 6. Westmoreland, they've gone past St. Anne in third. St. Thomas, they're in fifth. Still, they're trying to overtake St. Anne for that fourth position. 3:16 on the clock and 1 lap to go. St. Anne, St. Catherine now had gone ahead of Kingston. Westmoreland is in third. Not off the pace though. St. Thomas in fourth. The athlete from St. Thomas has done a lot of running, a lot of tracking, and still going. St. Anne, they're in fifth. On the back stretch they go. Though the move's been made by Westmoreland. They've gone past Kingston. This final race of the day. They're challenging St. Catherine for the number 1 position. The challenge is not a challenge at all, because they have the lead. Mr. Westmoreland, followed by St. Catherine and Kingston. That is the top 3 with 200 meters to go. Westmoreland still in the number 1 position, the top spot. In second, trailing by about 6 or 7 yards. It's St. Catherine, half a yard behind, followed by Kingston. Kingston now challenging for that second position, but St. Catherine is having none of it. They're now gone into another gear. They're gone by the athlete from Westmoreland. Seems like he's run out of gas. No, he has not. And the two hands collide. The band fell out of the athlete from St. Catherine. He has started to pick it up back, but he's in third. Athlete from Kingston is waiting on him. But Westmoreland will win this heat. Go through. So Westmoreland comes through. And Kingston and St. Catherine. St. Catherine actually comes through for second. 4:37.35 seconds. The band fell out of his hand, went back to pick it up, and ran back past the athlete from Kingston for that second spot. And coming through for fourth is St. Thomas. And then St. Anne is in fifth. So Trelawney and Hanover bringing up the athletes to close out the opening day. So JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships bubbling on this opening day. That's it in terms of competition as we await the two athletes to go across the line and get the final results on this event before we close out. So 5:08 on the clock, so awaiting the final time before we close out, and big up all who made it possible. But we're going to be back tomorrow. It starts at 10 tomorrow. A lot of talent on hand. We saw Finley in the 200 meters, Henkewood in the 100 and the 200. JTA Pitt also there. So Westmoreland time 4:37.44 seconds. St. Catherine second 4:40.16. And in third, Kingston 4:40.39 seconds. St. Thomas should be fourth. St. Thomas should be fourth. Let's look on the board before we close out on this opening day. So Westmoreland 4:37.44. St. Thomas fourth 4:49.55. On behalf of the entire team, we'll be back tomorrow to close out the final day of the JTA Sagicor National Athletic Championships. The 38th edition is going to be hot, starting at 10.